Okay. Hello. How are we going today, guys? Hey, Silver. I just had a look, by the way, Silver. That throne that you did, or that you're working on, looks really cool so far. But yeah, rat boys. They've been sitting here for a little while. I want to paint some rats. Well, we're not going to be painting them just yet, of course, but let's build us some skaven. If I can get that in focus. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah. I'm not sure which ones we will start with, because there's a lot of very cool models in this. Even the, I originally wasn't all that interested in the Stormcast from this box, but they actually look really cool. But I think, at least for the time being, the skaven that I'm going to be interested in to begin with will be the commander here. I don't know what that unit is called. Claw Lord on a Norbeast, apparently. But otherwise, the rat ogres are very cool. Like them. Yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of cool ones. Maybe we do the rat ogres, honestly. Yeah, I'm thinking we start off with the rat ogres. Hello, Francois. But yeah, again, I'd say this at the start of every stream. Sorry, I'm still unwell. I haven't been able to shake this plague. It is the worst. I think I'm just cursed to forever have blocked sinuses. It's not going anywhere. I got it like a month and a half ago, and this shit is not lifting. Okay, just popping open the box, seeing what we've got in there. Cool little artwork covering over the minis. And I forgot that, much like the Leviathan box, there is a massive lump of plastic here, just trying to dig through it. Although, I just dug some of the stuff out, and I'm a little sad. Looks like there are some bits that had snapped off. We're just floating around down the bottom there. Honestly, I probably won't encounter these for a long time anyway. And it looks like they just pulled off their sprues. They didn't actually get damaged. But yeah, I've been blessed by Papa Noggle. Unfortunately, I have. It's not good. Hello, sorry you're late. Nah, it's all good, Chaos. I mean, you're still here at the very start of the stream. Don't need to apologize. Need to find where the the build instructions are in this. I've just gotten to the bottom of this box. There are two massive tomes. I'm assuming the build instructions are in here somewhere, because I couldn't find a little booklet. Skaven, yes, yes. Yes, yes, Skaven, yes. Yeah, so I'm hoping the build instructions are in this one. We'll see if we can find them. This does not look like it. This looks like a bunch of cards and stuff. So I assume this is for the tabletop. Oh, actually, we might have the instructions in there as well. This looks like what we want. Yep, this is what we want. Cool. Man, I'm so unwell. This is fucked. I just want to be healthy again. I ran out of cold and flu tablets yesterday. Okay, well, I reckon we want to. I want to start off with the rat ogres. I think. So let's just flip through to them, see if we can figure out what page they'll be on, or what sheet they'll be on. Because yeah, there are some very cool Skaven minis in this, like the Claw Lord. Nuggle's blessing is not something to be ashamed of. Look, I'm not ashamed of it. I just hate it. It's just annoying. You did 8 hours of freehand marble pattern painting and got a headache from it. It looked really good though. Like, from the photos you've got on your channel, it looks like it's coming along really, really well. Okay, so rat ogres should be on sheets 26 to 28. Cool. Ooh. We didn't have this in the Leviathan set. We got terrain. First time getting terrain. This is very cool. I like this. So your dread is out for delivery? Awesome. Okay, this looks like parts of the rat ogres. There's one sheet there. Okay, it's looking like this might be most of the stuff for the rat ogres. It seems like they may not have that many parts to them. Let's just start building them, and we might need to dig through some of the other sheets to find the bits and put it all together. So, let's get this all in focus. So, just about here. There we are. Damn it! Worst part was, had my air conditioner cleaned the other day as well, so I've got so much, like, so much dust in my room. Not helping in the slightest. Saw a picture of a skaven waifu today and just, what the fuck? Nice. Are you a fan of the rat girl art? We want H10, 8, and 9. And it looks like this might not be... Oh, there's 9, 10, and 8. Cool. Nah, you weren't a fan of the rat girl art? It's one of those Warhammer podcast Patreon thingies? Right. Oh man, we're back in the blood for the blood god territory. Time for me to cut my fingers again. Surprisingly, a fair bit of Warhammer YouTubers have Patreon art or something. Cough cough, Major Kill, cough cough. Look, I have big respect to my boy Major Kill. He's following his dreams. Major Kill sounds believable. I mean, it doesn't need to sound believable. In a lot of his older stuff, he literally just plugged at the end of every video the fact that he had hentai made for Warhammer. Now it's all now he's doing really cool shit like minis and dioramas though. So happy for him. You have respect, but only for the videos, not the Patreon. Gotta pay the bills, that's it. Gotta keep the money coming in. What about selling your soul on OnlyFans? I don't know. I like. I think that definitely there's definitely a meta on OnlyFans, and I think you need to meet certain prerequisites to start to start passing the the minimum requirements there. Pretty much the same? No. Sell it like commissioning hentai and selling your soul on OnlyFans are quite different. Better than hardcore porn? I mean, it depends on what you're into. I'm sure there are some people who would enjoy doing hardcore porn more than commissioning hentai. Now, how would I know this, Shelley? What do you mean? Know what? Which part would I? Which part am I suspicious of? Do I have experience trying to start an OnlyFans? Oh no, I'm just saying that as a penis holder, I probably wouldn't have as great of an experience on OnlyFans. Seeing as most of the users on OnlyFans are similarly penis holders. It's a little sus that I know all of the OnlyFans stuff. I mean, I don't think it's that strange. I say I know all of the OnlyFans stuff. I'm just saying that, like, I know that most of the people who have OnlyFans are are not men. Or most of the people who run OnlyFans, I should clarify. Users? They are users. They use the service. He's 20. I'm 24, thank you very much. I'd appreciate it if you didn't undersell my age. I'm a wise old man. In disbelief that someone would see through his lies. Look, I lie about a lot of things. I lie as naturally as I breathe, but I can tell you this is not one of those occasions. They use their hands? What do you mean they use their hands? Oh, yeah, right, talking about users. They do, yeah. I'm sure they use their hands for lots of things. Honestly, why pay for some nudes when you can find them for free on YouTube? But what nudes are you finding on YouTube? Do you not mean orange YouTube? On a road trip, can't chat tonight. Oh, good, Francois. No worries there. So, you in the car at the moment, or you just gonna head out now? One-handed watching, God forgive you. I really hope you're not one-handed watching right now. I know I have a great voice, but come on, have some respect. I know that since I'm sick as well, I've got that nice sick, that nice sickness in my voice that makes it nice, a little bit lower. But come on. We're friends here, mate. No, the fuck. You like women? I'm sure. I'm sure. You have sadly went spelunking in YouTube rabbit holes, and from your research, you found some crazy shit on YouTube. Look, Commissar, I don't know how you're trying to set me up as like, how would you know this, Shelley? And then you're going out here finding, like, going, quote, sadly spelunking and doing research and finding nudes on YouTube. Like, I know there's some weird shit on on YouTube. Like like the weirdest shit for me that I have seen on YouTube is like the and it was trending for a while, like for a little bit a while back. It was like the the two guys who like the gay couple who they have like this format where they have one of them lying on his stomach like this. The camera's here, and he has a sheet over him halfway, and the other guy is standing behind him, and the guy behind him is either putting something up his ass or putting his dick in his ass, and the guy who's lying down needs to guess which one it is. That's like the weirdest shit that I've seen on YouTube, but there was still like nothing was visible. No, stop. Look, I'm done. Yeah, I think the funniest thing is that I think it's probably still up. You put that image in your child brain. Did you like the visual layout of it, where you got him here, you got the camera here, sheet here, the other guy here? Chaos is a child? Are you only just finding this out, Commissar? Get the fuck out. That's why in the past I've been telling you to chill, because we have young and impressionable people in chat. No, you're a teen. I'm sorry, Chaos. That means you're a child. You know where to look and how to look. Now YouTube and Orange YouTube start to start to be one and the same. I see. Well, I guess I'm glad to have an expert like you on staff. Okay. Must say, I kind of like push fit models. They make things easier, and like with the skaven, the way they fit together, yeah, the way they fit together, it doesn't like you can't really see where the seams are as well. So it's quite nice for the skaven. After Dark rated NC-17 membership is $49.99. What's this about? Sorry, Silver? Need H1 and H2, and then H3. There's H2, 3. Where's 1? There. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my 18 plus membership. I see. Look, if I were to do that sort of thing, of course, I reckon I'd have standards. I'd go like the Markiplier route, like tasteful nudes, you know? Gotta keep it classy. I could have like naked hands. Just a little bit of, bit of this. These are like things that you'd pay for. Just those images. It's gonna take me an hour to build one rat ogre. It's gonna take an hour to build half a rat ogre. I lie in bed naked with only a cloth covering me and talks to a live audience about life and chat. Can pay money for the cloth to be removed a number of times. Please stop talking about this sinfulness. Look, I would just like to say, I am not the one who brought this conversation here. I don't know how we got here, but it wasn't my fault. Oh man, I'm still so unwell. This is really bad. Sorry about the intermittent sniffling, especially if you're wearing headphones. I'm sure that's right in your ears. Did an oil change with help on both your cars, also changed the air filters, it sucks. Not envious of you. This isn't what God wanted. Look, we don't worship God in this chat. This stream, it's all about the horned rat. Like, normally I'm a Zinch worshipper, but today it's the horned rat, I'm sorry. You're wearing headphones? I'm so sorry, but also I'm flattered. Who the fuck watches YouTube on the TV? I mean, I didn't mention the TV. Like, you could just have it on, like, on your computer screen, just have speakers. I don't actually have any speakers for my computer, though. I think the last time I had a computer with a speaker system would have been like 2013 or 14. And then once I started building my own PCs, I just couldn't be fucked with speakers. And so I just had, I just got headphones and just exclusively used headphones for everything. Only broke bastards have YouTube on speakers. No, I mean, you can get some really nice speaker setups. Like, cheap speakers are a bit shit. They do the job, but I can, like, like 100%, you can get some really nice speaker setups. And I know that, like, some people have speakers and headphones, and they like to use speakers for different, like, for some things and headphones for others. Like, I can see the appeal in both. Hell no, mate. You're only saying that because you haven't experienced it. Like, I've been, like, some of my mates, like in high school and stuff, they had some crazy computer setups, and they had like really cool speakers. You know, Flash Gits made a Space Hulk parody. I did not. I don't really watch anything from Flash Gits. Or, yeah. I don't really interact a whole lot with Warhammer YouTube in general, surprisingly, despite being a part of it. Like, the most Warhammer YouTube that I tend to interface with is just like, I'll watch like Major Kill, Where's Hammer or sometimes, and then like I'll watch some lore shorts every now and then otherwise it's just interacting with you guys, popping into streams and every now and then. But yeah, and then sometimes I'll watch painting videos from like Artis Opus and Treverion. Oh yeah, also, recently, I've finally gotten back into reading the Ahriman book, the omnibus. Like, past few nights, I've just been diving into it, and holy shit, it gets so cool. I'm still not at the end of book 1 yet. I'm almost there, I reckon. But, like, it's gotten to the point where he's, like, started actually doing warp magic shit. Because for most of book 1, he's sort of holding himself back and trying to avoid going all in on it. And then there's this scene where he just fucking, like, he goes all in, like, he starts doing all, like, the shit that he'd sort of sealed away. And holy fuck, it's crazy. He, like, teleports, he, like, teleports himself and 2 other Space Marines, like, from one ship into an Inquisition ship. And the Inquisition ship has a bunch of null fields and that sort of thing set up, and he just fucking shatters these null fields because he's so cool. It's so fucking good. Warpy shit. It is very warpy shit, and I love the way they describe it. Okay, so H1 and H2, I believe, are these ones. Will come together something like this. And then H3 will go over the top. Are the books mostly pictures or mostly words? They're mostly words. It's not manga. Dark Angels Omnibus is peak. I see. I'll probably need to check that one out after Infinite and the Divine, because for me it's like, Or yeah, I say mostly words. The books are all words. Hang on one sec. Okay, so here is the picture. that is the picture for the book, and then it's all words. All words. You get one picture at the beginning, and that's it. But yeah, I think right now I am up to about here. I'm about this far through. Chaos is illiterate. The sad truth of the younger generation is never seen a physical book in his life. Okay, and so, this bit goes on like this, I think. How many pages are there? In the whole omnibus, it goes to about 807, we'll say like 875, I guess. I'm a bit over 200 pages in. So that's 3 books and a bunch of short stories compiled together. So I've finished 1 short story and I'm nearly at the end of book 1. Dark Angels is 805, so that's pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. I'm really happy. It was an absolute steal as well. It was like 20 bucks. Like, what the fuck? Like, 20 Australian dollars? That is dirt cheap. I go into, like, you go into a bookstore and normally it's like $15 for a 300-page book. And I just got basically a 900-page book for 20 bucks. It's fucking insane. Completely unexpected from Games Workshop. Okay, so now we get each 14, 13, or 16, 15. I think we'll do 16 and 15 because that gives the cooler face. Speak in freedom terms. So that I normally I spend normally a 300-page book would go for about 10 or 11 eagles, but I managed to get a 900-page book for a whopping for an absolute bargain of like 14 or 15 AR-15s, which was insane. Yeah. Did I do well? Wow. That's such a bargain, isn't it? Not that crazy. It's just talking USD, I know. Yeah, no, it's like the equivalent of like 10 or 11 USD for 300 pages. Being like 10 or 11 USD for 300 pages would be the norm, I guess, translation wise. And then I got, yeah, I think it was basically, normally it'd be like a 300 page book would be 10 or 11, and then I got a 900 page for like 14 or 15. Basically, it was really cheap. Long story short, it was an absolute bargain, and I'm very happy. And I'm glad that I just got the physical book as well, because it's really nice reading physical books once in a while, because I had read a lot of, I guess like late high school, I went through a phase of reading a lot of light novels, and it's hard to get the physical books of a lot of them, because they generally don't get translated until a long time after they become popular. So I was reading fan translations of the original light novels, and so they're all PDFs. And it's easier to read a PDF, but it's just not the same. Like, you don't just get the atmosphere of just being able to sit in bed, like, and just read, like, late at night until you get really drowsy, because you don't really get tired when you're reading the PDF, because you're sitting at your computer. It's just not the same. These bits of the face are a little bit painful to try to clean up nicely, because I want to get them nice and smooth, but there's also these little bits that jut off that I don't want to accidentally nip off with the knife. I think I will be vacuuming my carpet after this. Bits of plastic going flying everywhere as I cut the as I clean the edges of this up. Yeah, it'd be nice to have the physical books, but you can't justify 21 Australian dollar dues to 43 Australian dollar dues for a book you'll read in 2 to 5 days. Oh no, but what I'm saying is the at least for the omnibus, I got it for 20 Australian dollars. Like, that was dirt cheap. So that's why I'm really happy with it. Because normal Australian book pricing, for like a 300 pager, is, yeah, like $15. But I don't know why, but the GW books are just, like the Black Library stuff, is just so cheap. Also, your money is worth less than mine. Look, that just means that, like, it just means that it's really good to travel to Australia. You should come over. Comics and manga are better. I've never really been a big manga guy. Yeah, I like like I mentioned, I've read a lot of light novels, and I like light novels because then you get like the full the high effort artworks every chapter. They're really nice. But yeah, I don't know. I've just never really been a guy like really been all that into reading manga and comics. I think it's because when I was a kid, I was like brought up reading Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and stuff, and so I was just always in the space of reading like proper books. Do these come together, or is that meant to be separated like that? Because it looks too flat to be separated. Like this looks like it should be together, right? You brought it with actually reading as well? Yeah. Yeah, I reckon reading Lord of the Rings, like when I was 10 or so, probably did wonders for my education. And probably did wonders for my appreciation of books. So you're cooked, you need to write an essay in about 15 to 45 minutes. Why are you here? Beast. What are you writing on? Stay out past your bedtime to read. Yeah, I mean, that's classic. You just have the lamp next to your bed. Yeah, you're cooking, you're schooling to watch a nice voiced Aussie man build rats. Yeah, tell your lecturer that they'd, I reckon they'd give you the pass. You don't know. You have no clue what your essay is about. Awesome. Is this just the first draft, or is this the final that you need to have submitted? Is this like proper assessment, or just like weekly homework? Gonna read the lesson and write the essay. I see you didn't attend. It was due yesterday. Beast. A man after my own heart. Final draft. What? Proper assessment. What the fuck? Why are you here? Okay, you're worse than me. I'm needing to like push this together because I don't think the this part here is meant to be separated like this. But they don't really push together that well. It like forces itself to separate. So I might need to like sprue glue it or something. Fuck it, we ball mentality. It's a pain dealing with a puppy. You is it a new dog you've got? Or you've had him for a little while now? Their teeth are like little razors. Puppies are tough. They are, but they are so worth it. I think maybe this isn't meant to be fused together. I think it is meant to be split. Hey, as far as arms go, it looks like the arms are just single pieces, which is nice. Had him for a while, got him when he was 9 weeks old. What breed have you got? If you don't mind me asking. I am a dog enthusiast. Okay, so we go 26B. Okay, so this guy can have what looks like a, he can have a, I assume that's some kind of flamethrower, or maybe it's just, he's got a gun arm and he's got a knife arm. Let's do gun arm, and then someone else can have the knife arm. And you need to do a test before it, your life is a joke. Jeez. Hang in there, brother. H4, H5, 6, and 7. Wait, no, it's just H4 and H5. And then I'll need H11 for the other arm. A small lapdog. I'm not sure if this means that you've got a... if this means an actual lapdog like Chihuahua shit, or if this is like, it's a Great Dane as a puppy. You've got this though. I have faith in you. You seem like an incredibly responsible person, Chaos. Or I'm sorry, Commissar. I think you seem very responsible. I think you can. I think you can handle this. You always do this. You have the worst ability to do things before they're due. I'm also the king of procrastination. It is not a nice skill to have. When I was... it just reminded me of when I was doing my exchange in Japan, I had this one absolutely fucked up night before assessment where I had not done like any work on it. It wasn't even like that big of an assessment. It was like a 2,000 word essay, not bad at all. But I had not worked on it at all until the night before. Just stumbled onto my channel, good to see someone doing skaven. Yeah, hey, welcome Gavin. Yeah, I have some good appreciation for the rat boys. I've been sitting on the skaven tied box for a little bit now, and I finally managed to get some time to start working on them. But yeah, I had this one fucked up night where I had barely done any of the 2,000 word essay beforehand. I was tired as hell, and it was due at 8 AM. I remember being awake at 4 AM, and I had no coffee in my, I had no coffee at all in my dorm. All I had was tea, and I didn't have a kettle in my room either. So what I was doing was I was using the hot water system to make water as hot as possible come out of the tap, and just filling up cups of not quite boiled water for the tea. And I had this 1 cup of tea, which had 6 bags in it. And I got to the point where I had so much tea that my throat was dry and my stomach was full of liquid. And so I needed to drink water, but I couldn't drink water because, like, I needed to drink regular water because I was so thirsty, but I couldn't because I was so full. And then I got a stomach ache and I was getting hungry, but the only food that I had in my room was jerky, and so it was just dehydrating me more. It was fucked. That was nightmare shit. And then I was like looking out my window and watching the sky lighten as the sun was starting to come up. It was bad. It was really bad. Wait, your essay is due tonight? Didn't you just say you had to... Oh, tonight. Oh. Right, okay. Right, I assumed you were... Okay, if it's due tonight, how many hours does that give you? You still have that overdue test though. I think you should probably worry about the things in order of how pressing they are. 'It's a horrible sounding experience. Is it type 2 fun? Is that what you call it? Where it's not fun at all in the moment, but it's it's fun in retrospect. 30 minutes also you need to shower. Okay. Yeah, maybe have a shower, reset your mental state, and then do your assessment, please. You've got about 10 minutes tops. Why are you still typing in chat? Do your work. Gotta lock in, you'll be back. Alright. You've got 12 missing assignments. What do you mean by missing? Do you care to explain what you mean by missing assignments? Because that makes it sound like not overdue, like you've lost them. You're online? Right, okay. But what do you mean by, how do they go missing? And you meant past due. Okay, right. Yeah, I have, like, through all of my schooling, I was always the worst with assignments and homework and everything. This is missing sounds suspiciously like you never did. Yeah, it seems like that's the case, Gavin. Yeah, I think one of the most vivid memories I have for having a like an overdue assignment was, so when I was in high school, I did a program that my school ran called German Immersion, where basically all of my classes except for English and my one elective class were taught entirely in German. Fucked up experience. It was very cool, but I came out the other end not knowing how to speak German, which is cool. But basically, the goal of it was everything's done in German for years 8, 9, and 10, and then in the last term of year 10, you go on an exchange to a partner school in Germany. So we went to a school in Kassel, which was really nice. So Kassel's just, it's like a small-ish town near Frankfurt. Very cool experience, a lot of fun. I kind of could speak German at the time. I've forgotten all of it since. But anyway, in the lead up to the exchange, I had a maths assignment, which was well overdue. And I was like, I just basically decided I wasn't doing it. And that my maths teacher is, well, she was the mother of one of the people in the other German immersion class who was going on the exchange. And so she was one of the teachers who was coming to accompany the students over to Germany. And so I get to the airport, about to go on exchange, and she is there waiting for me in front of the gate, and she's like, "Jack, where's your assignment? You're not getting on the plane unless you give me the assignment." And I was like, fuck. And I was like, "Oh, I think I've got it, 1 sec." And then I pulled my friend off to the side and I was like, "Mate, do you have it? Do you have the work? Can I copy the work?" And then managed to get his copy of the assignment and then hand it over. It was horrific. It was the scariest shit. Bro, 7 people in the stream and it's only 3 people talking in chat. I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't expect everyone to talk. I'm just glad that there are people here that are watching. Okay, I think that is first rat ogre done. And I'm surprised at how little glue I had to use, because normally, even with the push fit models, you do need to use plastic cement here and there just to make it all fit together nicely. And I might actually need to come back through and do some bits here. But for the most part, the seams are not noticeable. K-Town was cool. Got to go there when you got Medivant or Medivac to Landstill. When you say K-Town, what do you mean by K-Town? Bless you. Thank you. Yeah, I think I might pull him apart and just get a little bit of plastic cement in here. They're gonna one-up me. God bless you, Jack. Oh, wait. We horned rat worship here. I don't want any blessings from God. Okay. Need to disassemble this just enough so I can get the, Oh, Kaiserlautern. Okay, I don't think I heard... Kaiserlautern, K-Town for short, I see. Ow! Fuck! I just tried to pull this bit apart, dug my thumb into this spike, felt it dig into the skin. Not good. God sent his son to die on the cross for us. Yeah, but the horned rat is a stinky boy. I actually found an Irish pub. That's one thing. I feel like Irish pubs are the most global fucking thing ever. When I was doing like my before my university exchange to Japan, a few months beforehand, I had just visited there on a holiday with my brother, and I speak Japanese. My brother does not. This was back when my Japanese was not as good, and so we were like, basically we'd gotten to the point where my brother just wanted to go to like easy places, and he managed to find an Irish pub. Beer there was fucking phenomenal. And it's just, I don't know why. I don't know why it is that you can just find Irish pubs anywhere in the world and they're always good. It's crazy. This Irish pub, by the way, not run by Irish people. They were Japanese people there. Just Irish themed, but it was really good. Something in the genetics. But that's the thing, it wasn't even run by Irish people. It was probably just like a Japanese guy who had gone to Ireland and loved it there. There we go, this is a little better. The seams aren't as noticeable now. Okay. There's our first rat ogre. I'll get a base for him just so that we can stand him up in the corner somewhere. I'm not sure which size base they use. It's the 50mm bases. Don't think these are the 50mm bases. No, these are a bit smaller. Your German's not great. You know enough to get by or get in trouble. That was my experience while I was on exchange over there in high school. It was like I could mostly understand what people were saying usually. Now I'm not sure which one of these. So it needs to be. So it says 50 mil base. So that would be this size. Yeah, it's this size base here. But this has 2 points on it, so I don't think it's this one. I need to find one that only has 1 sprue hole in it. But it looks like I think all of the 50 mil bases they sent have 2 holes in them, which is weird. Yeah, okay. I guess weirdly enough, we've just got 2 holes in the 50 mil bases. So, I guess when I'm setting this up, I will just need to cover over one of these holes. So, what we'll probably do is I'll set him down. Like pin him in, just so that we can see how he'll be standing. And then when we're actually making the base, we'll need to put something over that second hole. Let's turn him... sprechen Sie is your friend. Yeah, sprechen Sie English. Yeah, I remember my first time in Japan, many years ago. I had both my sister and I. So this was I went with my sister, and both of us had very broken Japanese. We got out at the airport. It was quite late at night, so we stayed at an airport hotel, and so we were eating at a restaurant in the airport hotel, and the waiter was a relatively young Japanese guy, and we were so tired we couldn't think of any Japanese to speak. So we basically asked him if he could speak English, and he was like, I can understand it, not speak it. And so we were speaking to him in English, and he was speaking to us in Japanese, and that's how we got through our first night in Japan. It was quite good. You might not be as cooked as you thought, but you're still cooked. You just come back from your shower, had a mental reset. Okay, second ogre is H34, H33. And then we'll need H38 as well for the top bit. Might be all the way up here, I think. Seven minutes to go. I can't shower until the stuff is done. That's what you're telling yourself? I see. Jeez, 7 minutes. That's part of what you love about traveling. Find that if you try just a little, most people are receptive and you can get along just fine. Yeah, I have a lot of really nice memories of just like meeting random people who don't really speak English but are really happy to engage. Yeah, it's really good. Sorry that the progress has been pretty slow here. I'm just so unwell that it's like every 30 seconds I keep having to like blow my nose or sneeze like that, and it's just completely breaking my pacing. 38 is the next bit we need. I've cut 38 out from the looks of it though. Do I have a second 38? Must have used 38 on the back here as well for this one. H3. Where did 38 go? Okay, H38 is one of the ones that fell off the panel. We're all good. Glad I noticed that one earlier. When you went to France, which years ago was notorious for being rude to Americans, you got along great with people, even though you knew very little French, just because you put forth a small amount of effort. Yeah, that's the thing that I've heard a lot about France is if you just try to speak to them directly in English, they will shit on you. Like they do not like it. But if you give it a go and try to speak French to them, then they'll reciprocate it and they'll be like, yeah, awesome, nice, and then they might speak to you in English. That's what I've heard from my parents, because they many years ago, like before I was born, they'd gone on a tour of Europe, and he said, like, my dad was telling me about how he would like pull out the handbook and try to talk to them in French, and they'd stand there patiently and wait for him to finish, and then they'd help him out in fluent English, and they'd be like really nice and helpful. Man, I'm so, like, my nose is so runny. This is really annoying. At least I can breathe, though. So it's an improvement from the past week or so. Don't know if it's the same now, maybe younger generations are not as uptight. I think there's still a bit of bias against if you just go up and try to talk to people outright in English, they don't like it. Because I had a few cool. Because when I did my high school exchange to Germany, my host family, one of the things they did was they took us to Paris for a week, and they were like, they were like, make sure when you say thank you, make sure you thank them in French, and like they gave me like a few phrases to use, and they're like, because if you try to because otherwise they'll think that you're English and they don't like them. And I was like, oh, okay. So I think it's not necessarily a bias against Americans specifically. I think it's probably just a bias against people who think that English will get them anywhere. So it's like English people who go traveling and just assume that they can speak English to everyone and get what they want is probably where the bias stems. And then Americans so probably generally also tended to follow that trend of just going up to someone in a foreign country and speaking English to them and expecting them to understand. I think that's what they don't like. So not much changed. Yeah, I don't think much has changed. Like, I'm sure there are lots of things that have changed, but I think some things always stay the same. You're bored? Oh, I'm sorry, Chaos. Okay, that was a bit mean. But no, look, I'm just chatting away. I'm just building some rat boys. If you're bored, you should get some of your own, get your minis out and start building or painting. Do you have any that you've got at the moment, or are you still waiting on your dreadnought to show up? Hey, I think I'll probably fuse the things to. Ow! Just caught my finger on that sharp bit again. You're watching a Risk streamer while chatting here, so you've been immensely entertained. People stream Risk? That's crazy. I would not have expected Risk to be the sort of game that people would live stream. That's really cool. Wait, when you say Risk, are you abbreviating Risk of Rain, or are you saying like Risk the board game? Because if it's Risk of Rain, I can see that. If it's Risk the board game, that's awesome. The board game. That's crazy. I did not think people would stream the board game. There are quite a lot of people who stream it actually. 3 in particular that you follow. Interesting. Yeah, I did not know that there would be the audience for that kind of thing. That's really cool. Okay, I need H35. I missed one bit, so that's this bit here. You only found out about it yourself in June? Right, okay. Is it like proper Risk or is it like Warlight? Like, because I know Warlight runs calculations on the, it just like runs averages on army strength and that sort of thing. But, or is this like proper Risk where it does like the dice rolling and everything? Or are they like playing the game physically, or is it like a program? Actually, a rather large competitive scene playing the online version though. Right. So does the online version do dice rolling, or does it run averages? How does this sit? This one needs to go like this. Okay, I'll probably need to glue this bit in, so I'll just pop it back out. Have a metric ton of maps. Yeah, because I think like the last time I played Risk, or I guess something close to it, would have been like through high school, in like during maths and stuff. I would play with like some of my friends in the class on a website called Warlight, which was it was Risk adjacent, but and it had lots of maps and stuff, but it wasn't it didn't have like proper like it wasn't proper Risk because it didn't do like dice rolling or anything like that. It was just when your armies fight, you needed to have like 50% more than the opposing army to get a clean victory, that sort of thing. It was pretty much just like, it just ran averages for the most part. So still really fun, but it wasn't like original real Risk. I think that should be sealed in now. Next bit is this one here, which I think is going over like this somehow. So we turn this way. No, we spin him, he's like that. And this armor panel is going over the top here. Sorry, your lefty tablet died and now you're at your desk. No worries, mate. Let me get this on. Oh, yep, there we are. Okay, and so next bit you will need is going to be H42, 41, and 43 for the legs. That'll be down here from the looks of it. Yep, there we are. 42. $43 and $41. The guy who plays Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, Australian icon. Good choice. I respect that one. Like him because he does a good job at his role. I can't think of any much other stuff that Hugh Jackman is in outside of his role as Wolverine. I know that he does do a lot of other stuff, but I just like he's just too iconic as Wolverine. You, it's Gary Oldman. I don't watch a lot of movies. What would I know Gary Oldman from? Hugh Jackman was great in Les Mis. He was in Les Mis? The more you know. Gary Oldman's from The Professional, Fifth Element, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Sorry, I don't watch a lot of movies, so I'm not familiar with any of those ones. I am incredibly uncultured, I'm sorry. The movie version from about a decade ago. Right, okay. He was in Australia, Oklahoma, and you're sure a few other movies named after locations. How's the civilized world? Yeah, it's going well. How are you going, Aaron? Are you and all the, like, everyone around you, you guys managed to get away relatively unscathed? Was it just power grid down, no utilities? Or, yeah, because I know it got fucking insane over there with the storm. You doing alright? Where's the other part I cut out? I swear I cut out a third piece. Oh, it's here, I'm blind. Well, now that we've met, you can give me a laundry list of movies to watch. Righto. Yeah, I've got a few friends who are very big film buffs. I've just never really gotten into it. I don't know. I have too many hobbies. I'm too much of a gamer. That felt cringe as hell to say, no, but yeah. I don't know, I just spend way too much time playing games. And now doing minis and streaming and stuff as well. It's ranged from one area that lost power for 12 hours and water for 2 days all the way to a small tourist town that got wiped out. You're on the mild end, no water or power yet. Wow, yikes. Movies and music are part of your nerd wheelhouse. Yeah, everyone has a specialization. My nerd wheelhouse is games and Japanese shit. And I'm working on building up my my Thousand Suns knowledge for my nerd wheelhouse. But yeah. Games, Japanese shit, and random obscure facts that have no value. Don't get to play games as much as you'd like. You only have one friend who's into this stuff and it's hard to coordinate. I can feel that, yeah. Like, thankfully for me, or at least I've managed to remain in contact with pretty much all of my friends from high school. So we've been able we just play games together all the time. So that's been really good. But yeah, 100%. It can be really hard to coordinate games and stuff with people, especially as you get older. It's really hard to organize shit. Like, when I was because I used to play a lot of D&D with my friends in person, like late high school and shortly after, but it gets so hard to coordinate in-person D&D with more than with 4 or more people, just because everyone's got their own schedules and everything. Yeah, it can be really tough. Okay, so these bits are coming together. Now it's just head and arms. So for head, what are our head options? Let's go. Actually, what are the arm options for this dude? He has a sword arm. Alright, let's have this guy have his face out, not armored face. Because this one we've got the armored head. So we'll go for the unarmored head for this next one. Oh, but the armored head for this next one looks really cool as well. Like, I want to have their rat faces exposed, but the armor is also so cool. Like, what's this one? This one's 44, 45, and 46, 47. Ahoy ahoy, do the skaven rats go good well? They go very good good. Good well good, yes. Okay, let's see if I can get these in focus. Like, so that's one of the head options. It's like this brick of armored head. The other version is 44, 45. Over here with this snarling boy. Is like the exposed rat face snarling is really cool, but like this armored head is sick. I think I want to do the armored head again. Yeah, I have 2 with armored faces and then 1 with his face exposed. That's what we're doing. Let's zoom this out a little and then get it all back in focus. There we are. Okay, so you see the BattleTech boxes, box sets they had at Target earlier this year, just a couple models. It's like give them a taste and they're hooked for life. I did not see that. I imagine it's probably different in the US, but that's fucked up. Just get them while they're young. How many models have I got left, Sunju? I'm pretty sure the I'm pretty sure there are like 50 rats in the Skaven Tide box. I built this guy. So I guess we got 49 models left. We're gonna be here a long time, brother. They've done the same thing with Warhammer 40k cheese starter sets that they sell at Warhammer. What was it that they sell at Target and Walmart? I see. Got 2 things in your eBay basket. If you pick it up, you'll have all of Leviathan plus extra for nids. Nice. Yeah, that's another thing. I've got the I've still got the Screamer Killer here, just sitting off to my left, ready to be painted. But I want to get some Rat Boys painted, or at least get some Rat Boys built. I like to set up the production line. The worst damage was from water that collected along the tributaries and came slamming down the mountains. A ton of it happened after the storm was done. Yeah, that can be really fucked up, because once that shit builds up and then just breaks, it's just like, it's like a landslide, but worse, really, because it just goes through everything. You've returned from the void. Welcome back, Silver. Just missing the Screamer Killer and the Psychophage. Started painting the Neurogons, then gonna go back and finish your poor Leviathan Dreadnought finally. He's been on the, that guy's been in the works for a long time, hasn't he, the Dreadnought? Oh shit, I might need to actually, before this seals, just pop this back open. Just get a bit more cement on the front. Just in there. And then we'll pinch that back together. There we are, that's gonna be better. He's 95% done. Just need to paint a single drill arm and then finish your Eliminator squad. Oh, okay, nice. backlog of active projects is a bit big for your liking. I am currently in the process of building my backlog. I've got the I've got this fucking guy sitting off to my left right now. Then I've got I've got two canoptic wraiths that I haven't touched in a very long time. I've got a couple of Ripper swarms, which I mean that's fine. I've got an Alfarius proxy. I've got a Screamer killer, and then I've got the Ahriman proxy that I'm working on. I've got this Night Scythe that I'm still working on. I'm just running away from my issues. You haven't put a brush to a model in over a decade? Mate, you need to get back into it. If you've got minis that you just haven't, like minis lying around that you haven't painted it, get back into it. Finish those fuckers. If you buy what you're looking at on eBay, you'll add a tiny amount of 21 more models to the backlog. You go 2 miles and take a right, you can get to water and power in about 15 minutes. If you go left, the road is blocked for miles, and there's a cargo trailer wrapped around a tree like a horseshoe. Jeez. And it took out the only strip club in town. Man, that's rough, man. What are you gonna do? Okay, so for arms, we need part 37 and 36, and then part 40. Renting out what used to be your nerd room, so know how to do modeling. I do all of this in my bedroom. Like, if you've got, like, unless, like, I've got a desk in my bedroom, and I make it work. Like, I have to, oh man, I've got a sneeze coming. But yeah, it's like, normally, like, my computer screen is right here. Normally I have my mouse and keyboard here. I've got all that shoved off to the side. But yeah. Oh man, I got another sneeze coming. Hang on. Man, this is so bad. I just want this cold to go away. So 40, 36, and 37 is what we need. Plus 80% of your house is still packed up from when you were supposed to sell your house and move. I see, yeah, that can be a pain. I've got like, I've got half my stuff still packed down in a shed below the house from when we were renovating, and I just haven't gone and picked it up since we finished the renovations. $59 models currently needing paint, then a Dominus Knight you're counting separately. Jeez, paint something! Stop building them! That's a great pile of shame. That is an immense pile of shame. $26 are basic nids. Batch painting the little dudes is nightmarish. I don't blame you. Making my life harder by not cutting those with the flat side of the cutter to the figure. But the issue is if I put the flat side of the cutter right up against the figure, then it can pinch it. and then it can pinch the side of the figure. So I don't want to accidentally damage the surface a little bit, because I had that issue pretty early on with the cutter pinching, and so I'd rather leave a little bit and then clean it up with the knife so I can get a better finish. Halfway done painting your Tyranids side of the Leviathan box. Nice! You are making a lot better progress on the Leviathan box than I am. I think that's that hand done. I might need sharper, better cutters, or from a sense of commitment to the cut. Yeah, I think it might just be, I don't know what it is, but yeah, yeah, because these are relatively good cutters that I have. The old ones I definitely had issues with, but these ones have been pretty good. But it's more just like I don't trust it anymore. So it's like I'd rather just make sure I do it as clean as possible rather than trying to do it quicker and risking damaging the model, because you can't really, it's hard to go back once you do damage it. It being your first time painting, they're a little messy, but definitely fun to paint. Yeah, they are very fun to paint, and I think like the good thing about Tyranids is it's fine to be messy. Like, they're disgusting alien bug boys. You can afford to be messy, and it won't look too bad. So yeah, it's good fun. I have big respect for you just going for it, because that's the main thing, is you learn more by just giving it a shot rather than holding back and sort of like debating on what to do. Okay, so part 36 is going to be like that, and 37 like this. Yep, so that'll go in here. And then this bit over here, like this. Biggest issue with painting is having to choose between one cool tank or 10 basic battle line. Yeah, in my case, I would always go for the cool tank. But the thing is, I'm not trying to build a I'm not trying to build an army. I'm just trying to have fun. Okay, so how does this, how does he pose with this? I think it must be arm back. How does this fit in? I think it's like this here. Citadel has 3 kinds of cutters, the really nice hyper expensive ones, the middle of the line ones, and the god awful ones in the intro painter packs, all styled the same. I see. They like to make it easy, clearly. So a local shop has an annual midnight Black Friday thing every year, hoping they'll have a Skaven tide for half off when you go this year. I'm jealous of of people who have local shops. Like, I think it's just because of low population in Australia, we don't have a lot of like, it just means that we don't have a lot of in the way of like local gaming stores, which is really sad. Like the closest gaming store is like a 40-minute bus ride into the city. And it's just like, it's not worth it. Well, I mean, it's worth it. Like, I'll go there to get minis and paints and stuff, but it's like, it's not like I can just walk half an hour or take like a 10-minute bus or just like, I don't know, it's like, it's not something where I can just easily access it. And the issue is that the public transport isn't even that frequent. Like from where I live as well, the buses that go into the city are like, I think it's hourly. It's not even a half-hourly bus. It's like every hour, which is fucked. And they're not even consistent. Sometimes they'll be late. Sometimes they'll be early, which is the worst. Because then you're waiting there and you don't know it's already been and gone. You don't paint for play either, but you managed to paint around 2k-ish points or so of models in your first year. Holy shit! Yeah, I don't think I've painted that much. I think I've been painting for a lot longer than a year. Actually, not a lot longer. I've been painting for like, I've been properly painting probably for about a year and a half or so, but I have not painted nearly that much. It's terrible, but I can lay claim to being the home of the best band of all time, INXS. I'm gonna hurt you so badly. I don't know that. I'm not familiar with that band. One of your two local gaming stores was less than a quarter mile from that wrecked trailer. One of the only things that, that's the only thing that made you want to cry. Literally held back tears. That is fucked. Like, because you know that those sorts of stores, they don't have the, like when they're local stores like that, it's really hard for them to recover. And like those are just members of the community who are just doing what they do because they love it. It's not like, it's not an essential service. It's nothing like that. It's just something that they do because it's important to them. And it's really hard for them to recover from that shit. It's really sad. That was like one of the things for me when I finally got to go to Japan after my like after when I finally got to go to Japan for my university exchange after COVID. It was really fucked for me going to places like in Akihabara. There were, and I'd already been to Japan a few times before that, and there were so many stores in Akihabara which were just like family run like gaming stores or anime stores and all that sort of thing, which had been there for decades, and then they just shut down in COVID because like lockdowns meant that nobody could go there anymore, and so like half the shop fronts in that whole district were just shut for, like, closed for good. Really bad. Could tell because I said INXS instead of XS. I see. Oh, okay. Or instead of In Excess. Okay, I know the name In Excess. I didn't know that's how they were spelled. I can't name any of the songs though. So yeah, bit better. But yeah, I know the name. I can't think of any songs that they would have done off the top of my head. Like if I heard one of them, I'd probably recognize it. But yeah. It's a franchise chain that the owner barely visits, but the employees are great and they're the only local Vallejo dealer, which is frustrating. Yeah. Never Tear Us Apart. I don't know the names of these. If I heard it, I'd probably I'd probably be able to do it. Hang on. How about this? I'm gonna I can't. Suicide Blood. I'm sorry. Stop. What are the, I will disappear. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute my desktop audio and I'm gonna pull something up on. I'm gonna pull these up on Spotify and I'll let you know. 1 sec. You must be under 30. I am. I'm 24. Hang on. Okay, yes, I'm listening to Never Tear Us Apart right now. Yes, I know this song. I I do know that. I do know this. uh, and Suicide Blonde. Uh, Not as familiar with Suicide Blonde. I still recognize it. Not as much though. Okay, yeah, I know Disappear. So, from those, Never Tear Us Apart and Disappear were the ones that I recognize the most. Yes, very good songs. I'll just bring the audio back. But then, yeah, it was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was never really a music guy in general for a very long time because I'm the youngest in my family, and so my older brother and like my older brother would always just like walk around the house playing music off his speaker, and so it was like there was just always music playing, so I never really explored my own stuff like that. And it was only like after I had really started I think it might have really been once I went to like on my university exchange in Japan, where I spent a lot of time on trains and stuff, where I just started listening to a lot of music, and so most of my music taste is Japanese stuff. So yeah, as far as that sort of thing goes, I'm not super huge into a lot of more, I guess more mainstream music. We've already established that I don't understand real world things. Yeah, I am a sheltered young boy. All right, I think that's our second rat ogre done. Just clean up this this sprue here. Too young to even know what you guys are talking about. Sanji, you're not that much younger than me though, are you? You're like around 20, aren't you? Although I guess I think I've said this before, but I feel like there's like a massive generational gap between me and people like 1 or 2 years younger than me. So I guess I can see that like the culture is very different just because of like proximity to social media and stuff growing up. So I could see that. $20 in 3 weeks, righto, yeah. Okay, I think we'll turn this guy 1 sprue to the side. Maybe we'll run him off that one. Ah, yeah, that's better. That way he's going fully over the middle of the base there. $20 and $4. I'm surprised at how young my audience is. I was 'cause I like like I would have expected that a lot of the I guess because a lot of my earlier viewers are people like Silva and Francois who have been painting for a very long time. I was expecting that a lot of this the sort of audience for this kind of stuff would be like around like people in their 30s or older. Cool to see that Warhammer is reaching into the younger the younger pools of people. Love Dead Media. You all just didn't get why you collect projectors and cassette players for years, and then they got into analog horror and it sunk in. I see. You think not being Australian might have something to do with not knowing the band? I must like I am not Australian. Well, sorry, I am Australian. I didn't know INXS, like I didn't know INXS's songs by name. I didn't recognize the written name of the band, so. Okay, yeah, we've got 2 rat ogres now. Slightly different pages, or slightly different shapes. Or was it, what am I saying? Slightly different poses is what I wanted to say. You're 40, you're 41, look 31 and feel 81. I feel that. You're 72. I'm sure, Reese. But one more rat ogre. Where are we? Arts 19, 18, and 20. Where is part 20? I feel like I should be looking straight at it. 19, oh, I already cut out 20. 19, 20, I need part 18, which is this one. Aussies are weird, where is this coming from, Commissar? I'm not gonna argue with you, but I want to know what brought this on. Just remembered you also have 10 barb gaunts arriving in a couple of weeks. Sunji, chill. You need to paint the minis you have. I'm saying this for your own good. I'm in the same position. You need to stop getting new minis. Aussies are actually chill. No, no. Double down. Come on. Commit. You said Aussies are kind of weird. I know. I want to know where it was coming from. You know, the skeleton boys in Age of Sigmar. Are you talking about the Tomb Kings or the vampire counts, Chaos? Because I believe they both have skeletons. Out of curiosity, Big Shellington, out of curiosity, how many minis do I have in my backlog? You're painting them quicker than you're buying them till you got bit by Nid Fever. Do I need to say? Okay. So I've got a you're down to about 18 models left, 10 of which were bog standard Phobos Marines. Okay, so this is really bad. Do not end up like me, Sunju, okay? Do not end up like me. This is what a failure of an adult looks like. Do not do not become like me. I have most of a Necron combat patrol left. I have about 80 to 90%, probably about 80% of the Leviathan box set that needs to be done. I have a whole 1,000 Suns combat patrol. I have a third-party Magnus model. I have a couple of other single third-party models. I've got a Helldrake. I have got a Forge Fiend. I have got a Lord of Change, and I have got some Khorne Berserkers. I think that is everything. Or most of those are still in their boxes. Do not become like me. How long does it take for Australians to get used to living upside down? Are they automatically used to it when they're born? We're just built different, mate. I don't know what to say. We like come out of the womb and it's just immediately adjusted. I must say probably the hardest bit is just taking the monkey bars to school in primary school. That's pretty difficult. Like, if your parents aren't driving you into school and dropping you off, taking the monkey bars along the road to get to school is quite challenging. Like, the stamina it takes is, it's next level. A 1,000 Suns combat patrol minus 3 minis, Gavin, Steve, and other dude. True. Those guys are no longer in there. They haven't been painted though, so technically they are still unpainted. Oh, and also, yeah, most of the Skaven Tide box. I didn't mention that because we're working on it right now. But yeah, pretty much the entire Skaven Tide box as well. Little side note. that just on the side as well, the whole Skaven Tide box. Just add that one on top. That's about 90 minis in that box alone. Sure, it helps that where Masu feels like everything else down there, except the snakes and spiders that can kill you by looking at you. Honestly, the spiders aren't all that bad. Don't get many funnel webs up in Queensland. You don't see them as much. Queensland's my state. So you don't get as many, you don't get too many funnel webs, which are the really bad ones. It's just redbacks will be everywhere. But again, like, if you're getting bitten by a snake or a spider, you deserve it. And like, while there are a lot of brown snakes around, which are pretty nasty, as long as you keep your lawn mowed, you're chilling. %8 left of Leviathan? No, 8% done of Leviathan. I got completely distracted. I lost where I was on this bit. There we are. Grab it, righto. Yeah, must say, I really enjoy these mini building streams because it's much more of just a chatting stream as opposed to the painting, because it's just mindless, just chopping things away. I don't know how entertaining it is for you guys, but it's a lot of fun for me because I don't have to focus on anything. I'm not worried about like what I'm gonna do with the paint job or keeping things perfectly in focus. I can just slog away at carving away at plastic, which is really therapeutic. Nice change of pace from the the stress of drawing diamonds on my on the top of the knight's shell. So what I'm saying, Grand Shellsworth, is that I'm worse than you for buying and not painting. That means you can buy a few more boxes guilt-free. No, I'm telling you, don't become like me. Don't become like me. The only dangerous animal near you is bears. Paint boring, building fun. Look, I must say, Technic, we don't have bears. We don't have large predators, and I am glad for that. I will take snakes and spiders over a fucking bear any day of the week. Bears are friend-shaped, but they are not friends. That, like a snake is not going to break into your... Okay, I guess you'd be pretty rare that a bear is going to break into your house as well, but I don't know. Like, a snake is most likely not going to eat my dog. Like, bears and mountain lions are scary as shit to me. Yeah, I'm glad that all of the predators in, like, everything in Australia is just highly venomous, because it means that nothing's evolved to be really big. It's all just really small stuff. Like, if I see a snake in the wild, I can avoid it and not worry that it's gonna, like, chase me down and try to kill me. If I see a bear in the wild, that is fucked. Also, you have a Termagant who's an amputee. His arm vanished into the warp, so you bought some Spine Fists for future Termagant kits, aka like a couple of weeks from now. I see. That reminds me of the Screamer Killer, who's one of the claw on this foot vanished into the soup. So he's missing a toe. All you have is bears and mountain lions. Yeah, I would not fuck with bears and mountain lions. You take the bear, Chaos, you are crazy. Russians spawn in with the Friend of Bears buff. True. Yeah, I think the biggest animal that I have been in danger of getting injured by was a red kangaroo. And that was when I was a kid. We were camping at it was like a lakeside campground. And there were some kangaroos that were just chilling. And me being a stupid kid, I just wanted to, I thought it would be hilarious just to run straight past the kangaroo. And it was just chilling there, just standing there. And I sprinted past it, like less than a meter away from it. And I heard it go like, "Ugh." And I was like, oh, that's really funny. And so I came back and ran for another pass, and it made the noise again. And I was like, oh, that's really funny. And I went past it a third time, and then out of the corner of my eye, I just saw it like, just whoosh, with its hand try to smack me. Those fuckers have massive claws, and I heard it go whoosh, up over my head. That would have been fucked up. Like 6-year-old me, I think I would have just been like one shot. You go to a whole new country if you saw a black widow. Redbacks aren't even that bad. They're chill. Just don't fuck with them. Like they don't bite you unless you put your hand on them. Like I reckon like the most common spider encounters that I have are just huntsmen's, and they're just like their leg span is probably the size of my palm. Like the adult leg span is probably like the size of my palm. And they just run around the house and eat bugs, like they're friends. I don't like having them in my bedroom. Like if they're in my bedroom, then I'll generally, I'll like put them in a container and take them out. But if I like encounter them in the hallway or anything like that, you just leave them be. When's my next stream? Depending on when it is, you set yourself a challenge and post receipts if you get it. So next stream will be same time tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what I have on the schedule. So same time tomorrow. Black widows and brown recluses are easy to manage. Don't screw around in dark spots without using a flashlight first. Yeah, that's the main thing. Is like redbacks just like to make their they just build their webs in little dark spots that are like concealed. So if there's like an outhouse or anything like that, then you just check under the toilet seat before you sit down and you're chilling. Invite the huntsman into bed with me? I don't think I'll be doing that. I think that like the grossest thing about huntsmans is that they're big enough that you can hear their feet when they run around sometimes. Like when they're running around, if they like, I've had it where there's like a sheet of paper on my desk and it's run across my desk and I've heard its feet tapping on the paper as it ran and it was like, ugh. But no, huntsmans are chill. They're friends. I don't want to touch them, but like there's nothing bad about them. Next up is going to be the face. So for this one, we'll do the unarmored face. So it's part 29 or 28. Well, actually, I guess I can choose any of the face options because they all have the same sort of pin that goes in there. Do Aussies piss in jars and throw them at people? Not most Aussies. I'm sure there are probably some that do that. Haven't even started your Leviathan nudes and you're still probably going to finish them before I finish mine. Look, I'm not going for speed. I've accepted that I'm just gonna take my time and do my thing, and like take things as they come. I think for the head of this one, I might want to try this one here, see how well that fits on. You hear the word spider size and you're afraid. Huntsmans are chill though, they're not even venomous, they're just big boys. They don't even build webs, they just run around. You'd fight a bear before you touch a spider. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day because I picked up a big praying mantis that was outside, like on the wall, and put it on a tree. And it's like, surely it mustn't be that different to pick up a, between picking up a praying mantis and picking up a huntsman. Actually, I could just pick up a spider and put it outside next time I see one. Like, it's not gonna bite me. If you get real lucky, you'll get a weasel that will try to fight you for ownership of the woodpile. Jesus. Necrons seem boring to paint troops, not much you can do with them. I don't know, I really like Necrons. I just, I've got other things at the moment which I'm really into. Like, I am a big Necron fan. I've just got other things at the moment that I want to catch up with, and my, the last Necrons that I worked on really burnt me out because I put way too much time and effort into them. Ah, no! Please don't bleed. Please don't bleed. I'm seeing red. No! Fuck! Fuck! It's happened again! No! Do I have the apothecary from Leviathan? I do. I haven't painted it. I do have it though. Okay, it's not bleeding that much. It's gone red. No blood has been spilled. We are chilling. Call the medic. Blood for the blood god. There it is. I was waiting for it. What the fuck, audio only is not safe from corn. Yeah, look, it wasn't too bad. It's not bleeding, it's just slightly red. Because it was like, I felt the blade hit my finger. Yeah, only audio only, and you hear this motherfucker yell so loud, what the fuck? Yeah, so I felt the blade hit my finger, and it was just the tiniest pinch of pain that I felt, and I was like, oh, that's just enough to bleed, I think. The apothecary biologist is your favorite model? I haven't had a close look at it, so I'll check it out, but yeah. Alright, time to crash. Hope you wake up in a world that's a little more sane. Stop performing amateur surgery on myself. Have a good one. Thanks for hopping by, Aaron. I hope things get better on your end. It looks like it's been insane over there. See you later, mate. Okay, does this face fit onto this body? It does. Man. Blood for the blood god. He's finally noticed, Francois. You love the vat of little vat of mysterious goop. Also, I have the most musical sneezes. Look, these are some of my more. I'm holding back with these sneezes. If you ask any of my friends, like when I am not holding back on the sneezes, they are fucked. Like, it's actually just screaming. For arms, what are our options? We've got... oh wait, no, it's legs now. We haven't even done legs yet. So 27, 25, and 26 for the legs. Oh, it looks like all of the additional pins in the bases, they've just had like bonus rocks that I can put in there. Okay. So 27, 25, and 26 for these parts. 3-armed skaven? I don't think that'll be happening. We're not doing Gene Stealer skaven. Where is... There it is. How often do I stream? I try to do 3 to 4 days a week. Usually it's 4 days a week. This week it's only 3. But yeah, it's usually around 4 days a week. I have the schedule for each week uploaded on my community tab there. So I generally post the schedule on the Saturday the week before. And then if there are any changes, I update it. But yeah, so for this week, I'm doing, like, the last streams for this week are today and tomorrow, and then I'll have to see what we're doing next week. So I haven't sorted out my schedule for next week yet. Like to think the gene seed are balls. I'm sure that the balls are included in the gene seed. Enjoyed building Termagants. They're so nice when they actually put the bits next to each other on the sprue and name them in order. That was really nice. But that's also because, like, the Termagants, thankfully for them, they're only like 3 pieces per Termagant, weren't they? So it was really quick just to snap them all together. Just cut them out, clean it up, and then snap them all together. Easy peasy. Four pieces, 2 for body, 2 for gun and arms. Right, okay. Oh, I don't like this bit on the tail here. This is going to be really hard to cut without damaging it. It's so far down the tail, it's really thin. All you know is you could barely use your fingers after the day you built your Tyranids, but you also built for 11 hours straight. Jeez. Yeah, I don't build all of them at once. I just build the ones that I'm planning on painting and then leave it at that. Also, like, no mold lines. Actually beautiful how the models go together, covering any gaps under the armor. Yeah, I'm really liking how that's working with the rat ogres as well. The way they snap together, it pretty much conceals all of the seams, which is really nice. Oh, I completed my Terminator models out of the Leviathan box and Captain and Library Man. I have barely touched the Space Marines in the Leviathan box. I've only done the Infernus Marines out of that. A nail file will be good for this part. Yeah, it might be something that I'll need to swap over to just for this little bit on the tail. Good point. Yeah, that's good. Cool. I did the Infernus Marines before the Dreadnought. I did. I saw them and I was like, these are probably the most basic looking Space Marines I have. I wanted to try doing Space Marines. So I was like, what's the most Space Marine looking Space Marine that I have on hand? I was my first model for Space Marines, that's fair. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because prior to that, I'd only really done Tau, Necrons, and Tyranids. So for me, it was like, I want to try Space Marines, but I don't want to go and do something huge. I just want to, you know, dip my toes in a little bit. And so there were Terminators, and there was the Apothecary, and then there were the Infernus Marines and the Dreadnought. And I was like, I want to do the Dreadnought at some point, but I just want to try some Marines first. Started with the old Dark Angels Combat Patrol, tried highlighting your first 5 intercessors, poor guys. The second you wrote tried to, I was like, oh no. Infernus Marines and the main Space Marines for the 10th. I see. Interesting. Would not expect the main Space Marine force to be like flamethrower users. You like the heavy metal style, but the highlight to pure moot green is far too strong. Mixing it with 1-to-1 warpstone is much nicer result in your opinion. I haven't actually looked at what heavy metal is like. I've seen it mentioned before, but I haven't looked into it, so I might check that out. Because I like trying new painting techniques. Because the main ones that I've done really so far are just like regular painting, and then like slap chop and grimdark, or specifically the Trevarian version of grimdark with like the sponging and that sort of thing. So I'm interested in trying out some other versions. 10th edition, by the way. Yeah, I gather that's what you meant. Infernus and Stoneguard. Right, okay. Those are the main versions for 10th edition. For the main Marines. Right back, no worries, mate. I really like the chainmail, because you don't see chainmail in any of the 40k models, so it's really cool to see it on these models. It looks really nice. Really like the texture they get with it. Very subtle, but very cool. Might just zoom this in a little bit, just to the point where it's... Yeah, that's probably a better... There we are. I had a friend ask if you wanted to paint his Leviathan too, and you had to inform that you did not want to ruin his minis. I see. Yeah. That sounds like a very diplomatic way of saying it. But are you sure it wasn't something along the lines of "do it yourself"? Just telling him to get fucked and do it himself. You're not going through this again. Sure it didn't go something like that? Okay, there's the focus. There it is. Cool. A backlog that grows because you paint slower is a million times better than one that grows because you don't paint. Sure, I guess I'm getting finished products as I go. It doesn't change the fact that the backlog is growing though. You'd loved painting, but you want him to experience it. Yeah, that's a really big thing. Is like I've got friends who are not into Warhammer, and I've asked them to get into it, and they're like, oh, but I don't really want to do the painting. And then they're like, maybe you could paint it. And I was like, no, that's not the point. Painting is half the fun. Like you've got to. Like that's the really fun bit is like painting your own dudes, and then it's like you have something to show, like I did this. Should look into the 30k Dark Angels paint scheme. It's beautiful, and hopefully you'll have some community posts of your best Marines at some point. Because the 30k Dark Angels, are they wearing more black, is it? Because I feel like I've seen it before, but yeah, it is really cool. Arms now are parts 24 and 23. Oh, this guy's got knife arm and fork arm. I have a friend who's been in the mini side of the hobby a month less than you, and he still hasn't painted a single mini. He bought paints about 5 months ago and only you've used them. Mate, you need to get up him. Tell him tell him to pull his finger out and get in there. Paint those damn minis. Sit down with him one day and paint together with him. Get him, like, go, mate, come over, we're painting. I'll show you how. Let's paint some minis. That's what you need to do. Black armor, silver trims, red details. Blade guard, stone guard fit most because of their tabards. Right. Okay. Yeah. I think I probably do want to try some things like that. Since I'm not building I'm not building armies for the tabletop. I'm happy just to play around and paint things in all different sorts of schemes. Because I'm not trying to make like a single coherent army. It means I have more flexibility in what I can do, because I don't need to worry about, I've started painting Dark Angels, now all my Space Marines have to be Dark Angels. Now it can be like, no, I've got some Dark Angels, and now I can paint some like Blood Ravens or something. Or I can paint different Dark Angel schemes. The worst of it is he plays Necrons, one of the easiest armies to get to a basic level. Yeah, Necrons are really fun too. Like, I really enjoyed painting them. They're fiddly, especially the Immortals, where if you build them with the guns in the way, and they can be a pain to paint the chests of them, because they've got like ribs and stuff that you want to pick out but you can't reach. But no, yeah, they're really fun, and they you can get some nice results with them quite easily. You, no joke, have painted more Necrons than him since you have skulls on your base. I see. Man. Okay, now it's the fork arm. Currently have Deathwing, Greenwing, and 30k Dark Angels as your marine paint schemes. Yeah, I want to do Blood Ravens, because that's like, they were my first Space Marines ever. Just like in terms of my first exposure to Space Marines was Dawn of War. And I really like Blood Ravens. Also, they're cool, and they may or may not be remnants of the Thousand Suns, which is a little bit of a bonus. Or like for Knights and Behemoth for your nids. Yeah, I saw what you did with your nids so far. They look really cool. Have I played any of the Underworld stuff? I haven't. No, is Underworld fantasy? One sec. I need to quickly have a look now. Warhammer. No, I haven't. I haven't played any tabletop Warhammer at all. Yeah, for me the hobby has entirely been the minis. So just like the painting and the building and painting side. Yeah, so I haven't played any of the tabletops at all. I'm just happy to fuck around with the paints, cut my fingers, and have a good time. Blood Raven stole a squad of Dark Angels and Furnace Marines. It all makes sense. True! These guys knew something about the origins of the Blood Ravens. They needed to steal them. Lies, I started Dark Angels, now I gotta do Dark Angels, but at least they have 3 color schemes. Look, I do, like, Dark Angels are my favorite Loyalist Legion, for sure. But that doesn't mean that I can't play around with others. I really like I do really like the color scheme of the Blood Ravens. I think I much prefer the color scheme of Blood Ravens to Blood Angels. I think it's just a nicer red, and it's got that like the cream pauldron is quite nice. I like it, but yeah. So I don't want to do all the same colors on my Marines, but yeah, I guess I do have the 3 different Dark Angels schemes that I can experiment around with. Loyalist in quotation marks. They're loyal, they just have different priorities. You need to do a custom color palette that you didn't that did not turn out how you wanted it, but it taught you how to balance color better. Yeah, that's a big thing, is just playing around with the paints and figuring out what does what. Like, a lot of the things that I painted early on did not work out the way I expected them to, but I came out on the other side better for it. I knew what I'd done wrong, or what, like, I learned how these things worked, so I can improve on it next time. Okay, so forkhand is, oh, hang on. Did I mess up? I think I may have missed some pieces. Okay, knife hand seems fine. Fork hand needs some other bits. And it looks like I also need a shoulder pad that I missed. So, shoulder pad, that'll be this one here, number 22, yes. And then I also need number 21, which I think is the other bit that I missed, which is this here. What do you think would be a good brain color for blue chitin, red flesh scheme? Thinking of pink, but not sure. Light green could also work, but you don't know. I found that referencing a color wheel is helpful. Because for that sort of thing, you either want to have a contrasting color or a complementary color. So when you pull out the, when you look at the color wheel, because I'm not sure where exactly your blue, like how blue your chitin is. But essentially, you want to go for something that is either opposite the color adjacent to it. So when you've got the, so if it's directly adjacent to chitin, then you either want to go for a color that's opposite blue on the color wheel for contrast, or a color that's adjacent to blue to complement it. Like those generally colors that are opposite it stand out really well, and colors that are adjacent, they blend in quite nicely. Otherwise, if you go beyond that, so instead of going over here or here, if you go like over here or here, it can get a bit icky. Like the more removed you get from your contrast and your complementaries, the less cohesive it can get. Highlight vibrant base is dark. for Neurotyrants and Neurogaunt with one brain. So if the base color is dark, then you probably want to go for something that's contrasting. So what's opposite blue on the color wheel? I can't think off the top of my head. Color wheel. I imagine it's probably something around an orange, isn't it? Yeah, it's orange. So if you want something that's going to be high contrast from blue, you'd be looking at your oranges and yellows. That would stand out quite a lot. But otherwise, if you want it to blend a bit more, then you can go for something more in a green or purple range. But with all of this sort of thing, you can just play around with it on an inconspicuous spot. Do like a little demo of it on the underside of a base. Paint some of the color of the chitin, and then paint some of the other colors over the top of it and see how it looks. But yeah, I'd say if you want it to be really bright and stark, then you can go for an orange on the brain. I don't know how well that'd look though in your scheme, but otherwise a green or purple would tie into it a bit more. Found an example of pink, looks pretty good. We'll do a test on the Neurogaunt. Yeah, that's the main thing, is just do some test runs on models that you're less concerned about. That's why, like when I did my Neurotyrant, I did all my tests on the Neuraloids first, figured out what I wanted to do, and then I painted the Neurotyrant the way I liked it. Don't only need a vibrant pink, so you'll mix Wraithbone with Screamer Pink or something and water it down to a wash. Yeah, otherwise if you can do some light reds and mix them with whites, and that'll push it towards pink. Got a purplish wash that should be able to shade pink recesses. Yeah, that's like, as long as you can figure out what the mix that you want is, and you know how to replicate it, then you're sweet. Okay, and now we just need to put the fork arm on there. You always keep leftover colors that you mixed on your palette so you can recreate them. Yeah, that's a good way of doing things. Since I work with a wet palette, an issue I have is that a lot of the time when I leave leftover color on there and close the lid, it gets too wet and then like all the pigments separate and I have to mix it all back together. It's a bit of a pain, but yeah, it is a very good way of just keeping it all consistent. Do I typically start streaming around the same time? Yeah, it's my streams will always start from 10 or from 11 a.m., which is GMT plus 10. So so I don't know what that would translate to in your local time. But yeah, I generally do all my streams from the same time. Again, I think I have all of that listed on the schedules, and I upload a new schedule every Saturday for the next week. Just bought this box, very excited to start building rats. Mate, I love me some Skaven. They are really cool. I'm really liking the models as well. The rat ogres, they fit together so nicely. I've had to use so little in the way of plastic cement to actually make them all fit together. The push fits are really firm, and the seams are, all of them are hidden under armor panels and stuff as well. Upload where? I've posted, my schedules are on my community page there. So if you look at my community posts, I always post them there. With time zones, you normally can't catch Aussie streams, so this is a nice change of pace. What time do people normally stream in Australia? They normally stream a lot earlier or later, or? Because I feel like this is a pretty inaccessible stream time for a lot of international viewers, and yet I catch a lot of you guys. I've only gotten one Australian viewer that I know of, so 2 Australian viewers that I know of, and it's this is Australian daytime hours, and yet I'm getting all people from America and the UK and the EU. Do I do? So no, he's too offset there. There we are. That's what we want. Halfway, made it to your hotel room, so now you can hang out. Righto, nice work, Francois. How long of a road trip are you going on, by the way? I started 10 PM your time. Okay, so I guess that's probably a decent time frame for. I assume you're in the US because I think that's around the time. That sounds like US. Started 8 PM there in the States. Okay, yeah. So is it 8 to 10 PM in the US, or I guess South America as well potentially? The US, Central America, South America, probably similar time zones. 1,650 miles. So what is that in real units? Is that 2,200, 2,300 kilometers? Something in that range? Hang on. 1,650 miles to PM. 2,600 kilometers. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, you are hauling. Used to watch an Australian streamer, but he pushed his streams back to 1 AM PST. Right, okay, I see. Where are the little bits? Okay, because there are 3 little bits that they've provided to plug the extra holes in the bases here. So here's one. Oh, damn it. This is really irritating. So I want to put it in on an angle so that the skull is visible from the front. There we are. There's one. And where are other bits? There should be 2 more. 2 and 3. Another 1,700 kilometers to go. Yeah, mate, you are going on a tour. Is this just to visit family or something like that, or you just for a holiday? Visiting with friends, nice. Yeah, because I think it's been a very long time since I've been on a proper road trip. Those rat ogres of fire, yeah, they're really cool. I like them a lot. They're so easy to put together as well, which is really fun. And yeah, I really like them. There's so many cool details on them. They're gonna be a lot of fun to paint. Love when especially Europeans learn how just big the states are. Yeah, when I was on my university exchange in Japan, I had a very big thing talking to my the people in my dorm about how I fucking hated when it, like, every single time, they're like, oh yeah, we just went, we drove to Spain and it was so cool. And it's like, I do not like you. I don't like that you can just drive 2 hours to a different country. Fuck you. I have to drive like 2 hours just to get to the beach. I live on the coast. Back, you want to clean yourself up? Okay, so we've got the, I think that's the rat ogres fully assembled now. Only crossed 2 1/3 of the states so far. You've been on the road for been on the road for 12 hours. Yeah, it goes for, like, it's a, because like the US is, it's like similar sort of thing to Australia, except like Australia, we're generally not going like coast to coast. We're generally going up and down the coast. Still long hauls, but we're not like going over just endless sprawls of desert. Like, some people do that, but those people are insane. Or they are big rig drivers. Okay, but that's the rat ogres done. I reckon we can do, we probably have time to build one more mini. So I really liked, where are we? Let's do another cool one. Let's not do like a baby, like a rat, like a clan rat or slave rat or anything like that. Let's go for something cool. So where are we? Let's zoom this back out. Get the booklet in focus. There we are. Now, do we want to do this big fucker with the gun? I feel like this could be cool. This might be a bit much. Otherwise, we could do we could do maybe the Gracia. That could be cool. Shooty boys? Oh, the rattling warp blasters. Oh wait, no, not the warp blaster. That'd be the where are they? These boys over here, the warplock Jezzails. There's these shooty boys here. So there's the sniping shooty boys. There's the big shooty boys. And then there's the boys on the Gatling gun. Or it's not. So it's not a rattling gun. That's a warp blaster. Look at that cannon, Grey Seer. All right, hang on. I'm gonna see if I can put a pole in here. How do I do this? And there we are. So we've got I don't know what the proper names for them are off the top of my head. So we got rat snipers, we've got Grey Seer, and we've got rat gun cannon thing. This is my first time doing a poll, so I don't know if this is gonna work properly or not. Because yeah, so we've got the Grey Seer, which is this fella here. Get this in focus. He has hair on his arms, arm reveal. Surely this is not my first arm reveal. Yeah, so there's Grey Seer, which is that fella there. Then there is a rat gun cannon thing, which is this fella here. And then we've got the rat snipers, which are these boys here. Right, so I'm gonna call it in a second. So what have we got? We're looking at the rat gun cannon thing. I think that's what we've ended up with. Okay. Cool. So for that one, rat on big gun. That's 3 rats on big gun, actually. Actually, no. I think that's 5 rats. That's 4 rats pushing big gun, 1 rat riding big gun. Hang on, it's actually surprisingly few pieces. Hang on, can you guys see this? Look at this. It has a piece, which is just... It has a couple of pieces, which are just 2 rats glued together. Like, look at this bit. It's just 2 rats glued together. Massively hairy arms, like freakishly hairy. Yeah, this is freakishly hairy. Look at that. The hairs are like a centimeter long. Actively using the Grey Seer collar. I do actively use the Grey Seer collar, that is true. Now, when am I buying that beautiful new Prophet of the Great Horned Rat? Oh my, that rat is beautiful. That is a phenomenal rat. Like, in terms of, like, I rate many rats. That is absolutely a high tier rat. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can dig out the bits for the warp blaster. Here are the rat sheets. So I think these are clan rats here. These are more clan rats. But it goes up onto his shoulders. I don't have hairy shoulders. I need to defend myself. I do not have hairy shoulders. These are more clan rats. I just want to see the 2 rats glued together. I found the 2 rats glued together. It's beautiful. They're whole rats. It's just the whole rats. How many models in Skaven Tide? There's like 90 or something. There's a lot. And then is there going to be 2 rats glued together on this one as well? No, I think this is snipers over here. There's going to be bits from other sheets though. How many? Hang on. I think it's all just on this one tiny sheet. What? Yeah, it's just one sheet. Holy shit. That's crazy. I did not think that they'd fit that whole model on one sheet. I'm impressed. Okay. So, G2 and G3 first of all. We've got G3 up here. Sounding a bit defensive there. I sure no shoulder hair. I promise, I don't have shoulder hair. No, I've got like a couple of the really nasty, like singular, super long, wiry hairs on my shoulder, and every time they sprout out, I'm like, yuck, and I rip them out. Gross. That's G3, need G2. What does 2 look like? It's one of the boards. That's this bit here. Don't tell me you don't have shoulder fur if you're shaving it 3 times a week. I don't have shoulder fur, okay? I'm not that gone. I'm not that much of a caveman. Gameswork, GW has learned recently how to keep shit less chaotic on sprues. It would seem, yeah. I'm really impressed with how this sheet has come along. It's really nice and compact. Only cool kids have hair all the way along their lower neck and shoulder. Thankfully, that is not me. Yeah, no, it just that is monstrous. You have hair that goes past your shoulders. No, but is that hair growing out of your neck and your upper back, or is that just long hair that you have that's coming from your head? Don't insult Neanderthals. You even know you came from English stock. Look, I probably came from English stock. I'm not in at least a few generations. As a man doomed to have no hair in 5 years, as well as having a beard that, no joke, connects straight to your chest. You envy me? Look, I'm doomed to have no hair in 5 years, and I have facial hair that doesn't even connect to itself. Look, I'm fucked. Long hair coming from your head. Yeah, no, Chaos. We're talking about having hair that grows out of your neck and upper back. Boo, not even a cool criminal. Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure that my heritage is just migrants. We didn't steal a loaf of bread and get banished to the southern hemisphere. So, yeah, we don't have that background in my family, I don't think. Your neckbeard connects to your chest when it's stubble. Not great. I see. No, my neckbeard is like underside of the chin, and then like the really gross sporadic shit that appears on your Adam's apple, and that's about it. It doesn't go further than that. So it's easy enough to keep under control. Don't even think that's possible, Chaos. You have not seen some, like, there are some hairy people, aren't there? Like, yeah, it can get quite out of control for some people. And I am not envious. You have to have testosterone to grow neck and back hairs, hence your shoulder hair comment. Yeah, I'm probably very low teeth. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm grateful for the lack of neck and back hair. You have a fantastic imperial beard. I am jealous. I am very jealous of people with magnificent facial hair. Testosterone, that'll also make you bald in a lot of cases, sadly. Yeah, I think I have just enough testosterone to get to have a receding hairline, but not enough to have a beard. It's the worst. Like, if the hair was transferring from the top of my head to my chin, that'd be awesome, but it's just not, it's just disappearing from the top of my head. Thank COVID for letting you grow out your beard at 15. That's like, I have a friend from, I had a friend in high school who, it was like year 8. It was like he had a full-blown beard. It was like he had baby face with the full-blown beard. It was the most fucked up thing. It's like, I remember seeing a meme around that time, which is like, how old are you? I don't know, somewhere between 13 and 30. And that was him. Because it was just like, complete baby hair. Like when he shaved, it was like young Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter, and then with the beard grown out, he looked like he was 30. You have to shave your teen? Yep, mate. Welcome to welcome to the world. This you're gonna have to deal with this for the rest of your life now. Yeah, I'm envious of people who, when they don't shave, the facial hair actually looks good. Because to me, if I don't shave, it just looks foul. I just have to keep shaving. Early puberty is cool till you realize you don't get taller past 13, 14. I kept growing up until about 17 or so. But yeah, it's it's rough. Technically, you have 2 imperial beards. What do you mean by that? They like, are they like 2 that you like braid together? Or is this other beard somewhere else? At least you made it to teens before shaving. There's no way you were shaving before your teens, Sunju. That would be insane. Like 11, 12-year-old kid still in primary school shaving your beard. You're shaving your moustache and sideburns at 12 and a bit. That's rough, man. I feel bad for you. I only really started having like the full-blown like the sideburns when I was like 16 or so. Like it was pretty late onset for me. It's the Napoleon III beard and the friendly mutton. I need to see. I need this reference now. Napoleon B. Ooh, that is a regal beard. There's nowhere near full like now, but it was needed to be shaved. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still holding out hope that maybe if I just like over the course of my 20s, maybe, just maybe, my facial hair will finally join up with itself, because it's just really nasty. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think I just need to keep shaving for the rest of my life. Third one, damn it. Oh my god, I cannot stop sneezing. Oh, I've sneezed so much, I've completely blinded myself. I don't know where I'm at. I think this is how this is meant to go together. Okay, we've got these little men here. Oh, I need to clean up their feet. See, I completely lost where I was. Looney Tunes, Looney Tunes out of sneeze. Look, I said this before. You have not heard my actual sneezes. I'm trying my best to hold back because I actually just scream. Like, the most fucked up one was like a few months ago. I sneezed while I was in a Discord call with the boys, and it was just, I just screamed so hard that I didn't need to sneeze, and then they ended up clipping it, and now it's just on our Discord soundboard. It's fucked. May you join the Discord. Hang on. I'm gonna join a channel in that Discord and play the fucking soundboard. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Let's see if this is it. Where is it? I think it's this one. Did that come through? That is the sneeze. It's fucked. It's fucked. Like, I just sneeze. Like, I just scream when I sneeze. Left 4 Dead Hunter scream. Says CPO96, is that you? It's not good. Like, when I'm sneezing on stream, I'm like really self-conscious about it because I don't want to just randomly scream at you guys when I sneeze. So I'm like, I feel the sneeze coming and I have to like prep myself and force myself not to just scream. G1 and G4. You love how short it is. You're expecting a build up or something. No, that's it. It's just like I felt it coming. It was just like deep breath and then just and then I screamed so hard that I didn't need to sneeze anymore. Like at the end, I like it's kind of caught in the end of the audio clip, but I start laughing afterwards because I realize how fucked it was. See you tomorrow. You heading off, Sunju? Can I get some sleep? Because I assume you're staying up late again. This isn't you waking up early. "5:30 a.m. no class tomorrow." Jesus, the sun is up, mate. Actually, no, it's winter over there, so the sun's probably not up yet. Okay, so actually, it's not winter yet. It's going into winter, so it's autumn right now, right? So it might still be. Is the sun up or no? Is autumn still dark for about an hour? I see. We're all friends right now. We've known each other a few months now. I am not unleashing the sneezes chaos. We are not that close. That will doom any chances of me getting new viewership if I have first-time viewers in the chat and then I just start screaming out of nowhere. That is dooming me. Like, we just have a nice chill time just painting minis, and then no warning whatsoever, just sudden scream back into painting. I don't think that's the most, the wisest way for me to grow this channel. I think, I can't quite tell, is this up or down? Because it's got different bits on it. It looks like it's up. I think it's up. Yeah, I think it goes like this. Viewer note leaving. Okay, so this one goes like this. Click that in there. I'm just realizing now that a lot of this I might want to paint in subassembly, because a lot of this, the way it comes together, means that the rats will actually be sort of, the inside edge of the rats will be concealed by all the shit that's sitting on top of the platform. So I'll do what I can, but I might build this in 2 halves. Ugh. So we have this pin down. Oh shit, did I do this the right way? Which side is the pin on? I think I've got this the right way. I think the pin is meant to be on the right-hand side there. And the wheel can rotate a little bit, but we'll see. I think I got that right. So next bits now is we need G6, G5, G7, G8. So we'll do G7, G8, and then we'll do G6, G5. Okay, so we've got G8 here, so our other two rats glued together. And G7, which is... Am I looking straight at it? Should be a leg or an arm or something. Should be here. I think this must have fallen off inside the box. One sec. You know the Ghost Rider Legion in 40k? No. Hey, which bit is G7? Is this all meant to go together? Is this one part that's snapped? I think so. Yeah, this looks like it's one part that's snapped apart. Just eyeballing it. Though I don't fully understand how it fit together. Like this? Where was this connected? Okay, like that. Yeah, this bit here had snapped out, so you can see it's this section here. Zoom it in. So when it arrived, this G7 here had already snapped out of the thing, and looks like it's split. And I'm trying to figure out how it all goes together. Oh, they're called the Legion of the Damned, and they have the most badass name in 40k. Oh, okay, no, yeah, I do know those guys. Yeah. Okay, so we've got an arm here. So it's gonna be, this arm will go in like this. I guess I can just sort of put the bits in separately because they've got their own pins on them. Actually, this bit doesn't have a pin. Okay, so the hand looks like it just sits atop the knee, like this. I think that's how this is meant to go together. So I'll just clean up the edges of it. And we'll just find a way to glue this all together. You call them the Ghost Rider Legion because they look like Ghost Rider? Yeah, yeah, yeah. With the, like the burning skulls and everything. Yeah. They are quite cool. Oh man, my nose is still running. I was really hoping that over the course of the day it would get better, but it's just not. I think it's just because I'd run out of cold and flu tablets. I can breathe better than I could this morning, but it's just sinuses are in full doomsday at the moment. The blessings of Nurgle. This is definitely not a blessing, or if it is, I don't want it. You can take it back. Don't need this blessing. Okay, I think that's all the bits for these 2 rats. So now we can try stick these bits together with them. So there's the arm, which when it goes on, this is on the back rat. You don't want it, Komasaka, and have it. Okay, so this bit goes on here. And this bit looks like it just slots in. It doesn't have a pin, but it's got a big dent that it goes into. Just like that. Okay, so I'll push this back out. And then we'll use some plastic cement to set that in. Because this bit did snap off. Oh man, and now that I've put the plastic cement on it, I'm just gonna make an absolute mess of everything. I think we've got it though. Just need to push it down into position. Come on. Please. There we are. Are you a weeb? Yes, you are. There's, like, you have made it abundantly clear that you are. And there's no judgment there, but yes, you are. How? How is You have, on many occasions, professed your love for Toga Himiko. I don't think that we need much else. I think that's pretty damning evidence. You love the Ratmen. The Ratmen are very cool, Noah. I am very happy with the Ratmen. I like that for this one that we're building right now. There are parts that are literally just 2 rats glued together, like 2 whole rats just stuck together. Then these dudes are going to go on this side somehow. Hang on, how do they go on? It's like, oh, I need to put the arms on. So now there's gonna be a part, I need G6 and G5. Okay, that's one piece of proof. That is it. That might be one piece of proof. It's a pretty damning piece of evidence. It's like going, okay, am I a criminal? And it's like, yes, prove it. Well, I mean, there's this security camera footage of you robbing the corner shop. Okay, that's one piece of proof. You need more. No, I mean, we've got security camera footage of you robbing a shop. You're a criminal. Like, you've got some pretty damning evidence against you. G5, G6 for the next bits. I don't think I need more proof. Also, you referred to it as proof just then, not evidence. You said that you called that proof, which means that you already accept that you're a weeb. You know that that proves something. It's not like suggestive of a fact. That you're saying it, there's no video evidence you've shown. Okay, I have chat logs of you saying it. That is the equivalent of video evidence. Like, if you want, I can go back through the streams, pull up the logs. It's on the internet there. You said it, you can't take it back. They just found my channel doing these streams often. Yeah, I stream 3 to 4 times a week. I generally aim for 4. This week we're only doing 3 because I'm a bit busier. But yeah, I have the I always stream about this time. So I've been going for about 4 hours now. So my streams start 11 AM GMT plus 10. And yeah, every Saturday I do a community post with my my schedule for the next week. Oh shit, I just snapped that. Damn it. Do it, then I dare you. I don't need to do it. Like, I don't need to go out of my way to prove this. Obviously, you're the one that's being bothered by this suggestion that you might be a weeb. I don't need to go out of my way to prove anything. I'm happy just building my little rat boys. This is snapped, so I'm just gonna have to pull it free and then clean up the bits and then glue it back in. Do it? I'm not gonna do it, man. I don't need to. Like I said, there's no judgment there. It's fine if you're a weeb. Like, I'm not gonna shame you or anything. You think I need to sharpen my knife? Yeah, maybe. That might be worth it. Yeah, I've got spare blades. I should probably swap over at some point. This one's not too bad yet. But yeah, I probably should fix it up. Oh shit. Oh no, okay, it's all good. We're safe. For a second I thought that I lost the angle that this was meant to go in at. But yeah, the knife would probably pose less of a risk to me if I do sharpen it. It's just so much easier with a sharp blade. Yeah. I won't disagree with you there. Okay, now, this probably isn't going to hold, and I'm probably going to need to re-glue it once I'm like slotting everything together. But I at least want it to get it to hold well enough that it's not going to go flying out when I prime it, when I spray prime. Just gonna sit this together. And now that that's in position, shit. Now that that's in position, just dab a little bit more plastic cement onto those joins. And leave that to solidify. And yeah, then when I glue everything together, I'll need to put it back together. Do it unless I'm saying that I'm wrong. Look, I don't need to prove anything, mate. Look, I understand that you're desperate to protect your dignity. I don't know. I don't think there's nothing wrong with you being a weeb. I think it's fine. I don't want you to feel persecuted or anything like that. Like, we're all friends here. I'm not gonna go and try to out you. You've already outed yourself plenty of times anyway. I just want to clean up the mold lines on this because thankfully up until now I haven't encountered many mold lines, but when you get these much larger pieces that are all boxy, they do end up with long mold lines along them, so I just want to clean it up as best I can. Who's gonna watch a 5-hour stream straight except for you? And we've had some other people in here, it's not just you. But what's that got to do with anything, mate? I'm not, no one. Oh, you're a bit full of yourself, aren't you? I'm pretty sure we've got at least Francois in here who's here but the whole time. You shouldn't, but you might. Only a weeb could watch a 5-hour stream. Thank you, Noah. How are you going, by the way, warrior? Okay, I think we've almost got all the bits for this part of the rats done. Then we'll be able to fit this onto the main thing. You've been here most of the time tonight. Yeah, yeah, Chaos, we've had Gavin pretty much the whole time here. Gavin has been sticking it out like a champ. Oh shit, I just grabbed onto the wet bit of plastic. Good thing I snapped the bit of plastic because it looks like this wheel actually connects differently. I need to spin it round and put it the other way. Not too bad, thanks. Been packing for 4 days straight, now moving to the coast next Tuesday. Oh, cool, nice. You're done. Chaos. This is acceptance. He's finished. Hero wave acceptance. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine, Chaos. Nothing's changed between you now and you 20 minutes ago. You've always been a weeb. And so now we just get this wheel here. And it looks like I'll need to pop this bit onto the frame, which is going to be tough because the bit that it's attaching to is really loose. But I'm going to need to do that because of the way it fits into the base. Playing Dawn of War 3, I'm so sorry for you. My condolences, Chaos. That's not a good game. Once you're there, it'll be great, but you never want to touch a box or roll of taping ever again. I can feel that, yeah. I'm sure it's an absolute, yeah, nightmare just getting everything together. Like hell it isn't. This game is fun. Okay, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You didn't play Dawn of War 1 or 2, I can tell. So I'm glad that you're enjoying Dawn of War 3. So I understand you're a little bit young, Chaos. So have you played any RTSs before Dawn of War 3, or is this your first RTS? Because I grew up playing RTSs. Like I grew up playing Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, Dawn of War. So and then StarCraft 2. So my whole thing, I'm very RTS brained, and so Dawn of War 3 is really bad compared to Dawn of War 1 and 2, Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 3. Yeah. It's like it does not hold up well against the others. Watching this makes you realize how absolutely awful you are at removing mold lines. What do you mean by that? I feel like I'm not that great. The 24-year-old says, I understand you're a little young. It's true! I feel like the generational gap between me and people only a couple of years younger than me is massive. You've played Halo Wars 2, that's it. I've heard that Halo Wars 2 is actually pretty good. I didn't play it. I played Halo Wars 1, which was fun. It was a weird experience playing an RTS on console. Where were we? I'm lost. Okay, so you need to get this bit on here. And hope that I don't snap it again. I snapped it again. Awesome. Incredible. Wonderful. Beautiful. Yuck. I'll need to re-glue that. You like Dawn of War better, honestly? Yeah? I didn't play Halo Wars 2, so I can't comment. But yeah, my issue with Dawn of War 3 is that it feels like they went for a middle ground between Dawn of War 1 and 2. Because Dawn of War 1 was a base building RTS, Dawn of War 2 was a squad-based RTS, and they went for some weird in-between. And the multiplayer on Dawn of War 3, all the maps are atrocious, and the gameplay loop is very drawn out, but single track. Because like my main issue with the Dawn of War 3 multiplayer was all of the maps felt like it was basically there's one lane, or there's one or two lanes between your base and the enemy base, and whoever captures the requisition point in the middle is going to win, but it's going to take them half an hour to win. Because it's like, they get the economy boost, and there's no way that you can really beat them once they have the economy advantage, but they can't beat you quite yet because they're not strong enough to break your buildings. That's what Dawn of War 3 felt like. Feels like I might not be able to glue these bits together, and I might just have to have this float. Which is fine, it's not going to be that noticeable. I'll just see if I can melt this all together. So there might be a little bit of holding it still here. It can seem like people just a few years younger are like little babies. It's not so much about them being like little babies for me. I think it's really like heavily on the whole like the whole gap of like just what we do, because I grew up like with a bit of internet but not a lot, and I know that when I was in primary school there would be people like, there'd be kids that were 1 or 2 years younger than me. Like when I was in year 7, there were year 5s that had smartphones. And I was like, what the fuck? I haven't even gotten a phone yet. Like I haven't even gotten a Nokia brick yet. And these kids have got smartphones. Hey, it's starting to bond. It's almost at the point where we can let go and just let it sit. I might actually just be able to set it down like this. Just pop it like that. And just let it set. I think we should be okay. So now we can go and do some other bits. You know, some people in their early 40s, you're not even a full decade older than them, and sometimes it feels like you grew up on a different planet. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to like the sort of, I guess the communities that you're growing up in as well. Because like, I've got a friend who, he's like, I think he's like 20, like 19 or 20, so a few years younger, but it's like the same, like we have like the same interests. And so it's like play the same games and shit. And it's like we've inhabited the same part of the internet. So it feels like we're the same age. But then I've got other people who are like a year younger than me, but just completely different kind of person. G11, G12, or sorry, G11, G9, and G10. So there's G10. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. This is a monstrosity. See a big homogenization of humanity because of the internet? I don't know. I feel like, honestly, it's kind of, in a way, it's doing the opposite. Because I think that while you definitely get a lot of homogenization, I think at the same time, it makes it really easy for people to just find people that share their own niche interests and sort of split away from like the other groups that they might have otherwise been pushed into. It's kind of like the difference between it's the difference between having friends in high school versus friends in university. Because your friends in high school are like people who you you end up with and you're friends with them just like because they're in your class or whatever, and you may not have the same interests, but you're buddies. And then when you get to university, it's like the people who are in your classes are generally people that have the same interests as you because they've gone into the same degrees and stuff. And I think it's like, it's the difference between that sort of thing where the internet is like making friends in university, where you're able to find people with the same interests as you and sort of ignore other people that might have different perspectives. Everyone misuses the word like. Everyone says let's go. Everyone says banger when they're talking about a song they like. Okay. Yeah, I think that internet culture is definitely a very, like there is a broader internet culture, but I think that there's also a lot of really niche things that, like I think it's very easy for people to find echo chambers on the internet, which in a way is sort of the opposite of homogenization of culture. But yeah, I do see what you're saying, because you see a lot of people from different places that end up with similar terminology and similar viewpoint, or maybe not necessarily viewpoints, but definitely similar terminology and similar cultural knowledge. But I think that at the same time, it's also very easy for people to, like, for opinions and that sort of thing to diversify on the internet, because people are able to take their niche belief and find other people with that same belief or interest. Like me, for example, none of the people I know in real life are into Warhammer. They've not really, like, they don't buy the minis, they don't do any of that sort of thing. But on the internet here, I'm able to find people who do like Warhammer, and it's cool. I'm able to interact with you guys. We have similar interests, but we also have other things that we're interested in, because we all come from different backgrounds and that sort of thing. And I think that's awesome. So I think that it's not necessarily a homogenization across the board, but there are definitely, yeah, points where things all meld together. It's why the internet is a blessing and a curse. Yeah, I think that the worst thing about the internet, honestly, is just how hard it is to actually find people now. Just with, like, bots are fucked. Just like bots and AI, all sorts of shit, it's just ruining the internet. It's getting so bloated. That's my biggest issue. But yeah, I think that's sort of going back is sort of why it's really hard for me to, well, it's why it's so crazy for me to try to talk to people who are just a year or two younger than me. Like, I've got a cousin who I got along with really well growing up, and now I just don't know what the fuck she's talking about a lot of the time, because she's like she's a like younger cousin, she's fully TikTok generation, and it's like, I don't know what's happening here. Like, she's full on TikTok Instagram girl, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't understand. Opinions on the internet aren't real. People are dust mean nowadays. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's because I like the internet because you can meet people who like shit, like the same shit as you. But at the same time, it's just like, I could not imagine growing up on the internet nowadays. It's crazy. Like, my internet influences, like the influencers of my day went up. Back in my day, the influencers on the internet, they were all like... No, but back then it was like, what did I have? I had Smosh, I had Ryan Higa, I had, I guess PewDiePie, like early on, like early PewDiePie, Smosh, Ryan Higa, that was about it. And now it's like people, like kids on the internet have things like Cocomelon, just like complete brain rot. And then you've got other shit like, like Tate, just like, just Tate for like people like boys in primary school, like late primary school and early high school and stuff. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, complete mind wipe syndrome for like people, like kids on the internet. Glad you grew up with it, without it, honestly. Feel like younger people, even people younger than me, are just so disconnected from their humanity. Yeah, that's just like iPad kids. I feel so bad for iPad kids. Like, that is fucked up. If I have kids, I am not giving that thing, I'm not giving that kid an iPad. Remember watching Dan the Down Minecart and Stampy growing up? Oh, true, actually. Yeah, I was I watched a fair bit of Down Minecart, and I didn't really watch Stampy, but yeah, Down Minecart was good because I That was around when my friends and I were getting into Minecraft modding in high school and stuff. Especially when it comes to the hobby, you with me back in your day, it was the store or White Dwarf, not like today with online video. Yeah, I mean, it's been good for, like, online, the internet's been good for me with hobbying because there's not really a huge in-person community in my area for this, so it's been good for me to connect with other people who are into this sort of space. You had a good childhood with no brain rot. That's good. I think the closest thing that I had to childhood brain rot was like in early high school, one of my friends was getting into YouTube poops, and that shit was that was scary. That was like that was mind wiping shit. That was like, oh, it was it was scary. Like in retrospect, there was it was funny at the time. In retrospect, that was the most brain rot shit I had ever experienced. When you were my age, there's no way you'd been able to sit around for 5 hours modeling and talking to someone twice your age in another country. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really neat, like, it is unimaginable. Like, if you tried to explain this to people, like, I'm saying this as someone who grew up with this, but like, if you tried to explain this to somebody before the internet, they just wouldn't believe you. It's just such a weird concept, being able to talk to someone on the other side of the world while modeling for 5 hours. It is really, really strange. It's really cool, though. You watched the Michael Bay movie on Transformers growing up? Yeah, I remember I think I watched the first two Michael Bay ones. There's just the one that was just Transformers, and then there was Revenge of the Fallen. Those are the two that I watched. I remember like nothing about the original. You like the first one after that? Nah. Yeah, I don't remember much about the first one. I remember like a scene where I think it's the scene where where Shia LaBeouf first gets Bumblebee, and he's like in a he's in a scrapyard or something, and there's gang members or something. I don't know. And then Bumblebee fucks him up, and then a Decepticon shows up, something like that. That's all I remember from the first one. And then I remember a decent bit of the Revenge of the Fallen one. But I feel like I remember Revenge of the Fallen being like really slapstick in places. Yeah, you like the first one after that? No, too much of your childhood. Yeah, I never really grew up with the original cartoon, so I wasn't that, I didn't really have that for me. Okay, off the phone. Welcome back, Francois. Or off the phone as in you're about to be leaving. You're about to go to bed. Yeah, which, You are wrong, very wrong. What's this about? The new one that just came out looks like the worst piece of garbage imaginable. It's a very strong stance. I haven't seen anything about it, so I can't comment, but that is a very funny stance. No, you're back to telephone call. Oh, okay, yeah, welcome back. Very wrong about the Transformers movies. I mean, I remember Revenge of the Fallen, I liked it, but I do remember it being very slapstick. Yeah. But I don't know anything about the ones after that. Oh, actually, I think I watched the one, what is it? I don't even know. I don't know if it's Dark Side of the Moon. It's the one where the old Transformer that likes, or that he's like, I don't even know what his name is. It's the one where there's the meme of him going, "No, Optimus!" And then Optimus throws like the red dodgeball at him and it makes that ping noise. Whatever that one is. I watched that and I don't remember much of that one either. I feel like they all just blend together. New Transformer movie is amazing. What are you talking about? Revenge of the Fallen. No, that's not Revenge of the Fallen. Revenge of the Fallen is a... That's a different one, isn't it? Because the Fallen is a Decepticon that was like buried in the pyramid or something. Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, that is Dark Side of the Moon? Okay. They really do blend together. Yeah, I mean, it's all Michael Bay. Yeah, because the one I'm thinking of is the one where Shia LaBeouf gets a new girlfriend because Megan Fox didn't want to come back for more. He has the English girlfriend in the one I'm thinking of. Because he has Megan Fox in the first and second movie, and then he has a new girlfriend in the third movie. Decepticons are the good guys, fight you. I do not have strong opinions on this. I will not fight you. I will leave it to I'll leave it to Gavin and Chaos to fight you on that. Okay, so we get this bit here. And this bit here goes like this. This is the most monstrous set of parts. I don't know how this is meant to fit together. This bit goes there? Question mark? Okay, this bit goes like that. I think. Yep, that looks good. Probably. Shia LaBeouf is a craptacular actor. Look, Shia LaBeouf is I like Shia LaBeouf not as an actor but as a funny guy. Just because I think because he is he's quite I think it's just because he's so memeable. I don't I don't give a fuck about his acting. I think actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf has just it's just one like that's all I need is just actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Okay, this holds together pretty well. Don't think I'll need to glue that bit. And then here, the rat boy is gonna click in like this. Is that a foot? No, that's not a foot. What is that? Okay, we click this in like this. There we are. Does this bit click in? I feel like surely this goes in a bit further. Yeah, this needs to go further somehow. Ow! It hurts though. I think I need to clean up this cog a little bit. Playing Five Nights at Freddy's a dead game. I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's was good when it came out. It was a cool experience, but it has done irreparable damage to horror games. Like, mascot horror, I think, is one of the worst trends to hit the indie game scene in a long time. And Five Nights at Freddy's just went too far. I think that by Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it was already done. It was like Five Nights at Freddy's 2, 1, cool game. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, very cool game. Five Nights at Freddy's 3, it was alright. It was scary, but it was a bit pushing it at that point. Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it's like, I don't know why we're even here anymore. Oh, FNF Friday. Oh, Friday Night Funkin'. I feel so. That was such a cringe tangent I just went on then, okay? I never played Friday Night Funkin'. I just went on the most cringe Zoomer tangent ever on something you weren't even talking about. I feel like Friday Night Funkin' has had a bit of a resurgence in the past couple of years, though. How am I even meant to get this to click in there? It does not want to sit properly. Does it go behind? I think if I just get that pin there, I can probably roll it forward. There's that homogenization again. Cringe is not an adjective. Yeah, unfortunately it has become an adjective. I am, yes. See, it's infected me too. Yeah, a lot of language has changed with the internet. A lot of the changes are not good. Most cringe-inducing tangent. There we are. I've fixed it. There's internet slang usage of cringe is just the abbreviation of cringe-inducing or cringe-worthy. Okay, I think this is set in there properly. I think we're good. Okay, you don't have to adjust myself for you. That's all good. No, I try to catch myself out on that as well because I don't like going down the Zoomer rabbit hole. Yeah, I like to pride myself on being well-spoken most of the time. So I do tend to adjust myself. But I will keep using cringe. G12 is our next bit. The spoken English language has been getting trampled upon for ages, or for decades. Yeah, my dad's favorite one is how people use the term decimate. Because my dad was very big on, because he did ancient history and stuff, so he's very big on like the original usage of decimate, where it was, well, where the Romans would go along the line of their soldiers and kill every 10th man, so decimate is to reduce by 1/10. So he was very big on that. Really started here in America. Yeah, you missed the last stream where I was going to war with Francois over aluminium versus aluminum. Started in America. Have you not heard British people try to talk? Careful, Gavin, you're gonna trigger Francois. He's a sleeper agent. The second you talk about American English versus British English, you set him off. This is a dangerous one. Also started America. Have you not heard British people try to talk? I'm sorry, Francois. Those people invented the language. There are still some really funny things about English though, like British English. Like one thing that I took getting used to was when I was in pretty sure the superfluous use of the word like started with the Valley Girls, and it's been all downhill since. Oh, so when you were talking about the use of like, you were specifically talking about when Valley Girls like, and that's like so totally like awesome, that you were talking about that sort of stuff. I see. Okay, I didn't fully understand what you meant by the use of like when you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, they invented the language, yet they're not smart enough to speak it or read it. Yeah, no, for me, the funny things for British English for me are things like when I was in my dorm in Japan, there were two British girls over there, and they they were using the term fit to say like for good looking, and I had no idea what they meant. They would say it and they're like, oh yeah, he's pretty fit, and I'm like, what do you mean he's fit? And they're like, oh, like he's like he's fit, he's good looking. I'm like, that's fit for good looking? I've never heard this before. Can't string two thoughts together without using the word like 15 times. Physically fit. No, yeah, so but the thing is like, they use it even if it's not like someone who's like, No, but they've used it even for people who aren't like physically fit or physically buff, but just like a good-looking guy, like someone who is their type. So like they would use it even if it's not like they'd use it for people who not even just like himbos or that sort of thing. Like they just use it for like a skinny guy. It's slang for fitness. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that that's like where it came from, but it's not specifically used for physically fit people. Like you could have a super, like an anorexic dude who can't lift like 10 kilos for the life of him, and you could, and they could describe him as fit. That's what's interesting about slang. Yeah, just the way it changes. They have 34 different ways to say what a woman and man is. Yeah. I like the I like the Australian ones of bloke and Sheila. I hear bloke a lot. I don't hear Sheila much, but then I go to like the middle of like when I go to like North Queensland, because we have some friends who have a because my family owns a hardware store, and so we have some friends who own a store from the same franchise. They're up north, and so we go up north to visit them sometimes, and they are so bogan up there, and they will say shit like bloke and Sheila and cobber. And I have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, these people exist? Oh, shit. I put a bit in, but I want to get something onto the, like, I need to get some blue in here. I think I'll just have to lift it back so that I can get it in there. It's really funny considering the overall size of my country. Also, like, because the physical sprawl of Australia is really large, but the population is really low. Because, like, we have a lot of land. Most of it's uninhabited. But yeah, we're only like 28 million people or something. Like, really low population. I don't think we're at 30 million. We might be at 30 million now. I'd have to check, but yeah. So what it means is you get a lot of dialect differences out in the regions. Yeah, and highly concentrated in certain areas. Yeah, because Australia is the driest continent on the planet. So we are drier than Africa, and so yeah, we all live along the coast where there's actually water. Like very, very, very few people live inland. One of the most fucked up things about Australia is that we are the driest continent on the planet, and we are also the biggest exporter of water in the world as well, because all of our industry is based around beef and shit. So what we do is we have like no water, And what little water we do have, we use to raise raise cattle and stuff, which we then ship overseas. So the cattle eat all this, like the cattle absorb all this water, and then we put them on a boat and send them overseas, and now we have less water. Enough of an issue without a new dam system for farming in the Northern Territory. Yeah, like we've got such bad water issues in Australia. It's actually nightmarish. And then there's this whole shit in the southern states of the Murray-Darling farm system. That's what I was just about to go into. It's atrocious. We've got like farmers who will just siphon off large amounts of a major river system so that they can use it to water their own farms. And then they just release pesticides and shit into it, and that shit is radioactive. We've had like massive amounts of fish deaths in this river system down in the southern states, and like droughts and shit. It's horrible, and people don't do anything about it. Next bit we need is G15. It's just G15, okay? So that's this one here. Also, another huge issue is one of the biggest things that people farm in Australia for some reason is cotton, and that shit needs so much water, it's not even funny. And we don't have the water to grow cotton. This is cool, getting a real education. Getting education on things that probably have no relevance to you. Like small-time Australian issues. No, yeah, like Australia, we have so many really fucked issues that no one does anything about. And like the issue is like the Conservative Party is pretty much entirely run by people who have vested interests in these in farmers. And so, and also because of the way the gerrymandering of our voting blocks works is that regional areas are quite heavily favored when it comes to voting. So you get this area where, or you get this problem where farmers who have vested interests in things like cattle and cotton, and then miners who have vested interests in coal, all of them have massive, like they disproportionately represent the voter base. So you get a lot of people who just keep voting in the coal lobbies and the farming lobbies and that sort of thing. And so nothing gets done about these problems. It's like with the massive portions of the Great Barrier Reef have been getting bleached for like over 10 years now because of runoff from coal mines and issues where they have the ships, like the container ships that carry coal, they sail over the top of the Great Barrier Reef, and there's all this shit that just falls off and just kills everything. Like the Great Barrier Reef is unbelievably damaged at the moment. Like it's pretty much damaged beyond repair in a lot of places. But people don't really want to do anything about it because we love coal and we love cotton and we love cattle. Like we had a I think it was one of our previous prime ministers who brought a lump of coal into Parliament House just so he could go, I love coal, and he like held up a lump of coal. I'm not sure we could drink some as round sinks around 5 meters off the ocean before an issue for all land water to use grey waste treatment fisheries, including wasn't dead. A lump of coal. Are you serious? You can find it. I think it's Scott Morrison, lump of coal. He's in Parliament House. It's on video. This guy is just fucking. It's insane. He like. Yeah, he's just shameless. I'm pretty sure it's ScoMo. Hang on, I'm gonna check. I'm pretty sure it was ScoMo who did it. Morrison, of coal. Yep, it was Scott Morrison. That was our Prime Minister. Yep. Hey, and so now we go over to side here. Hey, we're almost there with this boy. So now we need G13. I think that's going to be this big one down the bottom here. People say billionaires shouldn't be allowed to exist. You say politicians shouldn't be allowed to exist. The issue is career politicians, like people who have never, like their entire employment history, they've been a politician all their life. Because these people, they just like, we need like representatives to be people from local communities who then have been voted in by people around them so that they can then go and represent people's actual people's interests. Because when you get people who have just been a politician all their life, their family is well off, they went to university to do law and politics, or business and law, and they become a politician. It's like, this person does not have the interests of the people in mind. They just want to push either their own agenda or they want to make money. But yeah, I mean, like, agreed, you ran against one of them back in 2010. Your congressional rep has held this seat for 4 decades now. I see. Yeah, I have big respect for, like, local people who just decide to run for office. I think that's really cool, and it's, like, it's a good show of, like, just, I guess, belief in your ideals. You're walking the walk. That's really cool. Jack men or women? That both, like, what do you mean? In what context? Yo, how you going, Jesus? His entire adult working life has been collecting a paycheck at taxpayers' expense. Oh, I saw some shit about, because we've got the state elections coming up soon for me, and there are two options. There's the so we've got like there are two major options. There's the Liberal National Party, which is the Conservative Party, and then there's the Labour Party, which are like, they're like center to center left. And we've currently got a Labour Party member of Parliament, and he's been doing really, really well. Pushed a lot of things like making, like one of the big things he's done recently was making all public transport fees 50 cents, which is really nice. And then the Liberal National, so Conservative member who is running against him now, is this fucking freak who has like his past history was like basically he was a local member up in North Queensland, and his like in his time there he had used his powers of government to have the local government install a fence around his property so that he would have unfettered access to a creek, because he didn't like people walking across his backyard. And he's also had history of working with real estate agents to sell properties to people before they hit market, which is not what you're not allowed to do that. And he's also recently this guy is now a member in the Gold Coast, I believe. And he's a member in the Gold Coast, and so he's renting an apartment there, but he lives in Brisbane. And then, like, he lives with his family in Brisbane while he rents an apartment downstairs from one of his colleagues in the Gold Coast. And he's claimed like $10,000 of taxpayer money for travel expenses over the past year. But yeah, it's like there's all sorts of crazy shit happening. And the issue is it looks like this guy is going to be the one to win, because for some reason, people in Queensland, they have several years of a good government that does cool stuff, and they're like, oh, that was cool. I wonder what the other guy's gonna do. And they get bored and just want to fucking sample they want to smell the flowers. Also, this guy is pushing to crack down on youth crime by making it so that people of certain ages, basically he wants to crack down on youth crime by making it so that kids are able to be tried as adults at younger ages, so that we can send kids to real prisons and like rather than just it's really bad. Yeah, send these kids to prison where they can learn how to commit more crimes from like proper criminals over there, so that when we finally release them, they're going to commit more crime and have even worse lives. Yeah, sorry about the political ranting. It's I don't even know how we got here, but yeah, like I have a lot of issues with the with the state of Australia. It's fucked. I love Australia. I want it to be better. Need to glue these bits together. I just need to crack this back open. A political rant in a Warhammer live stream. Yeah. How did we get here? This is a bit of an odd turn that this has taken. You're stuck with DNRs until the end of time. Yeah, we've got a similar thing where it's like the only option, we only have 2 options to vote for, where it's just either the Liberal National Party or the Labour Party. Just like how you guys are stuck with Democrats and Republicans and you can't really vote for anything else. But the thing is, we don't have it quite as bad because we have an actual functional voting system, because we have preferential voting. So we're allowed to vote for someone other than the major candidates and not worry about our votes getting wasted. But you guys, since it's first past the post, it's if you don't vote for one of the 2 main candidates, your vote doesn't exist. And also you're required to vote in Australia, which is nice. Which means everyone actually has to take an interest in the state of the country. It started by talking about the water problems in Australia. I see. Yeah, okay, I see now. How do we get to the water problems? I transfer to economics at the moment. 167 UK is equal to 5 Australian, a few back, like 50 cents. The Australian dollar is unbelievably weak against things like the pound and the US dollar. It makes it an absolute nightmare for buying shit overseas, and it makes it really annoying to try to travel overseas as well. It's really good for the Australian economy though, because it means that we get a lot of foreign investment and that sort of thing. And like people want to buy shit from us because really it's really cheap to get stuff from us, but it makes it really hard when I want to travel. That's why I like going to Japan, especially lately, because lately the Japanese yen has just fucking plummeted, unfortunately for them. But good for me. I think this is our rat gun finished though. Still, would I date men or women? I mean, I lean towards women. I haven't encountered a man that I've been physically attracted to yet. I'm not going to rule it out though. You know, we can be open to these things. Like, if I were to encounter a man that I was physically attracted to, I wouldn't say no out of principle. He's gay? No, I'm not gay. I'm just open. Look, look, I think it's, and there's nothing wrong with being gay. Get him, boys, Jesus. Honestly, don't remember how we started talking about the water problem, but that's how we got to the broader conversation. Yeah, that was it was a long rant. While you're here, it's all about crack plastic. the plastic crack is worth it. Okay, so now I just need to fix up this. Part of the wheel. How the fuck does this work though? What? Because this wheel has a pin in it. Is it meant to be on the inside? Surely not, right? Oh no, okay, it's like that. I see now. Oh, I can actually fix this then. I can fix this. Why don't I rant about the Empire? I don't know, because the Imperium doesn't spend my taxpayer dollar and poison my waterways. I'm not as invested. Such a weird design. Yeah, I think I figured it out. It's an odd piece of plastic there. If I didn't snap it in the first place, we wouldn't have this issue, but it is what it is. There we are. Okay. There's our rat boy. Well, rat boys, there's 5 of them. And so when it comes time to actually paint it, I can just pull the top bit off. So if I just grab this like this, I should just be able to, hopefully, hopefully. I can pull it apart, and I will when I go to prime it, but I'm not game to do it right now while there's still wet plastic drying. But yeah, let's get a base for it. I believe there are 3 pins there are, so it goes on this base here. This one? I think it's this one. Let me bring that forward. Like that. Squish them down. And this bit here, bring that forward and squish it down. Oh shit. Plastic split a little bit, just push that back together, don't worry about it. Okay, this has been a stream on the longer side of things. So, yeah, we just hit 5 hours, so I think this is probably a good point to stop. We have done a fair bit today. I'm happy. I'm happy to finally have some Skaven built, honestly. Oh, hang on. Are they done? They're not done. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Why did I just nearly went and started to finish it? I haven't even finished it. 2 more bits to go on. I started calling it before it was done. I'm glad I double checked. I got too distracted by that weird bit at the back. There we are. Nice empty sheet. So we've got an armor panel, which will go here. And then we've got some bits to go on the end of the barrels. Funny thing about push fit is anytime you say in an open forum that you're not too fond of it, some goober inevitably says just shave down the pegs, it's no big deal, even though you don't get it. Even though you don't get around to saying why you're not fond of push fit. So why are you not fond of push fit? I am interested, because I do have my own issues with it. But I'm interested to see what what you don't like about it. just assume to know why you're not a big fan of it. Yeah, I'm not like I like it, but I definitely encounter issues with it. And they're not Necromunda 40k fit. You've seen one on Star Wars wheel bike, like with that big wheel that I have in the center. Yeah, I do like the shape. It is kind of like a bike, which is cool, except that it's not self-driven. It's got 4 rats pulling it or pushing it. Because of the new models you've dealt with, you have to have 3 arms to put them together. There are a lot of really weird angles that you have to go at to push them together with. Yeah. Is this bit... Okay, I nearly chopped that off. I'm glad I didn't. This is not a sprue. Oh, shit. Did I... What piece number was that? That's number 16. Oh, actually... Never mind. That is a sprue. I will cut it off. Oh, was that other bit that I cut? No, whatever. I may have defaced it a little bit. I'm not sure. And why there are no Skaven and 40k boggles your mind? Yeah, I want 40k Skaven. Of any of the races in Warhammer Fantasy that would make it to 40k, it's the Skaven. Those fuckers blew up the moon. Not sure space rats would work. Troy, come on, Gavin. They blew up the moon. These guys, if anything. Ow! This is incredibly painful to try to push in. These spikes are really pointy. I need to push, there's like a long peg that goes this way. Like that goes that way. That I need to push in. But, fuck. See this hole here? There's this really long, flat peg that needs to go into it. But like, the only way to put it in there is to push really hard on the top there and just hurt my fingers. Wish they'd brought back squats, but instead we got Leagues of Odin. I'm not familiar with the original squats. I really like the Votan though. I do like the Votan, but I just feel like they've just been forgotten about. They introduced them and then gave us nothing. It's not going in. At all. I think I understand your issue with push fit, Gavin. It's not working. Ow! I'm actually gonna cut my fingers open on these spikes. They only brought them out to tell people to shut up about squats. Yeah, the thing is, the Votan are really cool, but they just don't do anything with them. All right, I think I'm gonna be shaving off this peg. It's not working for me. And I don't want to snap part of the mini trying to get that peg in. This feels really sketchy. I promise I'm not going to cut my fingers doing this. It's pretty skaven-y. It is pretty skaven-y, James. It's it's skaven-y enough to try to cut my fingers while I'm putting it in there. I'm having to shave it back a bit. Yeah, I'll probably file this now. Okay, that should be good. So, let's get a little bit of plastic cement on here. See how we go. There we are. So then it's just this little bit to go on the end. Okay, and let's get a tiny little bit of cement on these little divots here. There. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to put together your skaven tide box. That guy looks like it'll be a right sort to paint without sub-assemblies. Yeah, he is going to be painful to paint. Thankfully, he's not all glued together, so I can pull this top half off. So, when I'm painting him, I'm going to pull the top half, so that's going to be pretty much everything from this wooden beam up. Actually, if you guess from this wooden beam here, everything from there up can lift. So I'll be able to paint him, and then I'll be able to reach all the stuff down the bottom. But yeah, this guy in particular is going to be a bit of a pain. But I'll at least be able to paint the rats on the bottom without having to, like, jam a brush in like this. But yeah, this is very cool. One more rat boy, please. I will not be doing one more rat boy. We have painted a total of 8 rat boys. So, yeah, I am gonna head off here. It's been really good to to get working on these skaven. I love the little rat boys. They are very cool. I like them a lot. But yeah, so what we got done today is get this in focus. We'll zoom him in a little bit. We've got a one rat boy. So we got the 3 rat ogres. We got this fella here. Very cool, like him. A little bit icky. Then we got this boy here. Also very cool, like him a lot. I really like the helmets for them. The helmets are really neat. Good night. Thanks for the Australian politics. No worries. Thanks for hopping in. It was good fun having just a full-on rant to you guys. I'm glad it didn't put you off. Yeah. Take care. Good to meet you. See if you can catch my stream again soon. Righto. Thanks, mate. I'll catch you all later. But yeah, this is what we've ended up with. I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to painting these guys. Probably won't build any more Skaven until I've painted these dudes, but it's good to have them painted. We'll also have them assembled. We'll prime them and get painting to them some point, probably maybe next week. But yeah, they could even be used in 40k with crazy simple old were rats. Yeah, I want to kit bash some Skaven in 40k. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks for hopping by, guys. It's been a lot of fun. Good to see some new names in chat. It was a lot of fun talking to you guys. And yeah, I will be streaming again probably same time tomorrow. So if you're free, feel free to drop on by. If not, I'll see you next week. Yeah. I'll see you later, guys. Bye-bye.